Hey, Lise, what's up?
What's up, Travis?
Not too much. So did you have your prayer time yet, or is it still?
Yeah, we finished praying, man.
So
We
do you
could
guys have like a prayer book or anything, or is it just free flowing prayer that you guys
Oh no.
practice?
Obviously the prayers we do emanate from the Quran, but I mean, when I was a kid, I needed the Quran to do it to help me memorize the prayers. But now I know them off by heart. So
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. I don't know
yeah.
if you know this or not, but there's a pretty rich Christian tradition that has prayer books, and
Okay.
the only prayer book the Bible technically has would be considered the book of the Psalms. But along with that, there are Anglican, Episcopal, Presbyterian traditions where they constructed prayer books for the discipline of daily prayers. Um,
Uh,
not, not really sure if a lot of people know that those traditions have that kind of rich heritage. Because most Christians today, and I used to be one, believe that those kinds of traditions are too rigid and dead, so to speak, because they think that written prayers and um, memorized prayers are not true to expressing one's own, spiritual thoughts and whatnot. So I grew up in a tradition that wasn't, prayer book based and more free flowing. But yeah, okay, yeah, that's interesting.
okay.
So, so you were asking something about I can't remember how you said it, but
Oh,
I think
I'll rephrase the question. So when flat earthers, I mean, not rephrase, repeat. Sorry. When flat earthers say that the whole world should be flat because the little piece or when they say, and the first piece of the well, I've heard some flat earthers say the main piece of evidence for them that the world is flat and stationary is that it looks flat to them and they don't experience movement. But
okay,
that's based on the little piece of earth they're able to interact with. So it seems, wouldn't that be an assumption that the whole thing is flat and stationary because of the little
right,
piece they see?
right.
Yeah.
So deconstructing this whole narrative would be, a monumental graduate degree amount of research. So the way that I try to put it is that, in all honesty, I couldn't ask you to wipe your mind clean of everything that you believe and start over again. So I can't necessarily put myself back into what someone would have thought 3,000 years ago.
Hmm.
But I can argue from what I think is a logical and sensible position, and that is that if I live somewhere, all I'm doing ever is moving from one location to the next. And like right now, I'm driving through the Rockies. I'm going
Hmm.
up, so there's a steep incline. So there's topography. So I'm up, higher than I was before. I might not know
Hmm.
my altitude or my elevation. I mean, I might not know my elevation. But when I get off this mountain, I know that I will be at a lower position than I was before. So all I've done is changed elevation, and I've also gone farther along the road. So that is the simplest way I can say that no one's assuming anything. I'm just moving across terrain. Now, the thing that I was saying before, the thing that I was saying before about deconstructing the narrative, I don't think that I would, like, if I started teaching a class on geography or whatever, I would probably say something like this.
Hmm.
I don't think that we can actually say that anybody in the ancient would have described the world as flat. I don't believe anybody would have done that. I don't believe the Iroquois Indians, the Navajo, or whatever, don't think they would have done that. They would have just lived and known their geography. So I don't think that they would have had this Hegelian conflict of flat versus globe. Like, to me, you know, if we think back to the Christopher Columbus story, even in grade school, you know, we are simply told a story. They used to think that you could sail off the edge. Okay, so like no child who's 7 or 8 would have said, "Teacher, where's your citation for that?" Like, I want to see the source, right? They just told us that story. And that is indoctrination, in my opinion. When you just simply tell something to someone and expect them to just believe it, right? That's what happens with children. Now, to a certain extent, education has to be that way. You tell your children, say thank you, say please. That's indoctrination. So I'm not disparaging indoctrination across the board. But when it comes to, I think, things that are not moral, things that are not social, but things that are historical, perhaps, even religious, so to speak, those things where you just want them to accept what you say as a taking it for granted. To me, that is the negative side of indoctrination. A child doesn't have the ability to stand up to his teacher and say, "You're totally, this is bullshit." Like, I'm not going to accept the fact that you just told us that people used to think that they would fall off the edge of the world. So, like, where's your evidence for that? So, I guess that's a long way around the barn. I think that this whole flat Earth globe narrative is a scripted conflict that wouldn't really exist in the real world.
So you think people in the past didn't really believe the Earth was flat? Or?
Again, they wouldn't have thought anything. They would have just lived on the plains. They would have lived on the mountain. They would have lived near the ocean. They would have just lived. They would have built a boat to go out fishing deeper or whatever. You know, whether or not they looked out to the horizon and saw that the water ended there, whether or not someone said, "Hey, why do you think that's like the edge? Like what is that? Like, can we go there?" I don't know. They didn't write that shit down. Right? So, like, where do we get this story that, like, you know, I don't know. Find some middle school textbook where they
I would
teach.
say.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so I would tend to agree with you. You know, if we went back 2, 3, 4,000 years, the general populace wouldn't care about the shape of the Earth the way it is now, right? Most people don't even think about it, whether Earth is a ball or not. It's not something they preoccupy themselves with. So it's a very small group of people that do. You know, so people like you and me, and then people that study sciences that deal with this thing. And I think that would be the case even way back then, that it would be a small group of people, maybe people that were into astrology and traveling and things of that nature that would have been writing about this. And the things that we are taught in school on these subjects are revolved around the writings of these people. Not everyone wrote about the shape of the Earth 4,000 years ago. You know, it was a few small people, a few, people within, let's say, South America. It would have been maybe the priests and whatnot that were interested in gods and what is it we live on, this, that, and the third, that would have been writing about this. And it's their writings we base this whole idea off, that people thought the Earth was flat. So I guess then you could say, that
Well,
doesn't
let me
prove that
ask you real quick.
everyone thought that, but there were some people that did back then.
Who?
I want to say Copernicus. I don't believe anybody thought it was a sphere. I think that narrative is faked. to create the conflict.
Well, just hold on,
No.
just real quick. Hold on, just real quick. I really want to hold this spot with Lise. Like you just said, you think that there were people a couple thousand years ago who did think something. Where do you have the evidence for that? Where's your evidence for that?
In the writings we have that they've left behind.
Okay,
their maps, their models, you know.
Okay, when you say they, I'm not trying to be pedantic, but who are you talking about?
For example,
Like-
I gave an example. Priests in South America, so the Aztecs, the Incas.
Like what? No.
Travis, you roboting? Or is it me?
Okay.
No, it's Travis. You're roboting a bit, buddy.
They believe what about the Earth?
Yeah, you're roboting.
What
you're roboting.
I don't know if you can hear us. You're roboting, Travis.
You're roboting, Travis. I don't. You know, I can see how people would think back in the day with very primitive tools, how they might think that it is a globe. You know, when you look at things, you know, with the naked eye, and you don't know anything about how light works or anything like that. You know, you look at sunsets, you might look at a canoe, you know, moving out into the distance, and it appears to disappear. You know, you got these things over your head that move around you. You know, I can see how. You know, I don't think it's just a recent thought, Lise. I can see how people can come to that that conclusion back in the day. Now, just because we don't have any writings that we maybe can point to, or maybe, you know, maybe writings that some people might not accept, I still think that there would have been trains of thought about where the hell we are. You know.
Do you think that it was 1,000 miles an hour?
Sorry, Goodrick. Sorry.
Do you think they thought it was spinning 1,000 miles an hour?
No, but just because they didn't think that, or they may not have had the concept that things were moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and that's what we're told now, still doesn't negate the fact that they could still think that we're on a globe, right? A geocentric thing, that everything is, we're still and everything is moving around us. That is quite possible. So to throw these, you know, do you think they move? Do you think they thought we moved at 1,000 miles an hour? I think that's a bit of a straw man to the point that I was trying to make.
Yeah, no, so I totally agree with you. I would say the evidence we have right now tells us that the idea of a flat Earth is way older than the idea of any other shape of the Earth. It seems, but we don't know that for sure, because tomorrow we might find a tablet or some parchment, you know, some papyrus that's 10,000 years old, and there people thought the Earth was a sphere. But just with the evidence we have now, the flat Earth seems to be the first idea.
Yeah, you know, we definitely have, and everyone's seen the pictures of, you know, from mines and not, of what they considered, you know, where they lived, like a flat Earth with a kind of a dome under a tree of life type of thing. We've all seen these different depictions of where the ancients may have thought we lived. But that doesn't, just because that's what they may have thought, doesn't negate the fact that some people may have thought that, you know, we were on a globe, just with simple, at the time, observations. like sunsets and sunrises, or moonsets and moonrises,
or a lunar eclipse, right?
well,
Like I would think the lunar eclipse would have been the first thing that would have had people thinking Earth must be a sphere.
look, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, you're right, Travis. Yeah, I don't know about the. I think it's a bit more simple than that. I don't have to go to eclipses to get myself in a mindset of maybe what they were thinking and where we are, because I've done that many a time with my children. At least in the backyard, just looking up at the stars, themselves, going, where the hell are we? And I think anyone that's looked around and looked up have gone, where the hell are we? What are we? And all that sort of stuff. So these are just natural progressions of thought. To say that this flat Earth thing, and I've heard it in some circles that it's a recent sort of phenomenon, or the globe is just a recent sort of that's been indoctrinated into us. Yeah, no, I don't get on board with that either. I think the idea has been around for forever and a day. Pretty much. Just with natural trains of progression of thought.
Definitely, I agree.
You're trying to get in, Travis?
I just want to go back because of where I got cut off. But so Lisa, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm trying to establish a certain standard where we don't have to imply, or we don't have to infer something that can't be necessarily based on a source. So when you refer to the Aztecs, I believe, right? You refer to the Aztecs and their religious. So, like, where do you find evidence that they thought the Earth was flat? I mean, like, seriously said the Earth is flat. I'm not talking about a picture, because a picture is an interpretation of reality that needs to be interpreted. And if you don't have the key, you're not going to interpret it correctly. So I'm talking about sources where they say, we believe the Earth is flat.
So you want writing of it. So a picture of like a pizza Earth isn't enough evidence that they believe it's flat. You would rather have writing on
it? Again, my answer to that is the same as before, when we try whatever told you.
He's breaking up.
You're roboting again, Travis. Nah, Travis, you're roboting hard again, but yeah, you're gone. You're gone. Discord hates him. Discord absolutely hates Travis.
Fuck.
Oh, that's so bad. He was on a roll too.
Yeah, he was.
But yeah, that's my 2 cents worth on that.
Okay.
Didn't we?
Is it any better?
Yes.
Yes. At the moment, it is.
Yeah, I'm on the. Yeah, I'm on the downside of the Rockies, so it's so funny that I was on the higher side and had no problem, and then when I got like to the middle, I lost connection. But my point was that if I were an Aborigine and I lived in a certain location and we mapped out where we lived and we had pictures of mountains and rivers and all this kind of stuff, it would just be a map on a piece of paper. I don't think we wouldn't have described it as a flat Earth. I'm telling you, I don't believe that language would have ever been created by people who just believed that they lived in a certain location. They would never have said, this is a flat Earth.
But what about
Spot
the
on.
greater? What about the greater thought, Travis? Like that, that's okay for where you live in your own local area. Just going around collecting your blueberries and your raspberries. Making a map. Here's the blueberry bushes over here, and there's the river over there. I get all that. But what about the greater, when you are wondering where you are and stuff, because this has to come up at some stage.
Sure. Okay, so let's travel. Let's migrate to another geographical location and find another tribe, and they have mapped out their area. And when we put up our map, and I'm totally making this up, right? So we put up our map and we put up their map, and we find out that they mapped out the same mountain range that we did. So now we can overlay our maps, and so now we have an extended map, right? So all we've done now is we've walked farther. Now, if we just keep doing that in a concentric circle, let's say let's keep doing this, but let's walk around in a circle and just keep getting concentrically bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, we're just extending that map now.
Yeah.
So, okay. So at no point, now this is me imposing my criticism. At no point will anyone in those tribes saying, now at some point when you get far enough away, you're at a completely different degree than you were 20 miles away. They would never have thought that they were on a curved surface. Never. Because what they understand about the surface of the earth is it has elevation. And when you're going up an incline, and when there's a decline, So if someone were to say, hey, you think we're at a different degree? You think we're at a 90-degree angle now? Like a 90-degree angle. Somebody would say, no way. You can't exist on a 90-degree angle. Try to walk on a mountain that's 90 degrees. Can't do it.
Okay, so what about when their little canoe goes out to do a bit of fishing, right, on the ocean, right? They're not in a lake, they're not in a river, they're in the ocean, right? So they have this concept of elevation, Travis, okay? And I can get on board with that. But then all of a sudden, bang, the wives and the old people or whatnot, the other guys that don't have canoes sitting on the beach, waiting for Mr. Fisherman to come back with his catch. Okay, and he canoes out, and he canoes out, and he canoes out. So with this thought of just elevation changes, now all of a sudden when they can't see the canoe, right, is a thought going through their head, oh, well, did he go over a waterfall? Is there a waterfall over there that he's disappeared down? Or
surely they would just know they can't see forever.
Well, look, yeah, there is part of that. There is part of that, but
again, the bandsaw. What you're doing though right now is you're reconstructing something that you don't have any evidence for. So
yes,
what I mean is, you don't have, like, if it was you and me on the beach, and we watched Lise get in a canoe and head out.
Yep.
And we had a conversation about that.
Yeah.
But we didn't write it down. No one would ever know we had that conversation. So when you say,
exactly,
right, when you say, well, could they have done this? You're creating a scenario where you're making the boundaries of the story. So you can make it say whatever you want.
Well, in all fairness, Travis, you're kind of doing a little bit the same as well. Like you're constructing your boundaries, like your idea of how you think they may have gone about their day-to-day business as well.
Fair enough. All right, fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So cop that one on the chin, and I'll cop yours on the chin. But like I said, I don't think that.
Right. So here's where you and I are sitting on the beach. Yep. And we do see Lise apparently disappear.
Yep.
So if you were to suggest that you think that that's where the water ends and somehow he goes over an edge, And we then discussed, and then I say, well, what about elevation? Wouldn't that mean that he fell off of something?
Yeah, exactly.
But then
Exactly.
Lise, okay, yeah. But then Lise comes back, and we say, oh, we're so glad. We thought you fell off the edge. He said, like, what are you talking about? I never went over anything. Okay, so hold on. So now when Lise comes back and reports that he never went over anything, he never went over an edge, and therefore when he turned around and came back, he didn't have to go uphill to come back up over that waterfall.
Yep.
He would have then confirmed that we didn't understand what we were seeing, and he experienced continual travel across the surface of the water that had no apparent elevation. So, if we're on the Mississippi River and we can't see the other side, we have a shoreline.
Yep.
The water's right there. The water doesn't really fluctuate or move. There's no high tide or low tide. The water's always there on the shore. Yep. But we know that the water is flowing. So to our right is elevation, and to our left is a declination. Yep. Right? Okay? So we know that much. Now, if we go across the river because we don't know how big it is, we'll get to the other side. So that we know that that river has boundaries. It has banks.
Yep.
Okay? Now, when we get out to a large lake and we can't see the other side, but we have a shoreline and it doesn't appear to be flowing, and we can circumnavigate or circumspect or locomotion is that the way to do circumspect? We could walk around the large lake and understand that it's not a river, but it's actually confined, right? So then when we go to the ocean is dynamic. The ocean does have a shoreline, but the ocean doesn't apparently have elevation to it, like a river. But it is dynamic, and so it's not like a lake, because you have waves that come in from out in the distance, right? The waves don't apparently flow perpendicular to the shore. Like sometimes they do with riptides, right? Riptides come in at angles, right?
Yep.
But those aren't the normal way the waves hit. The waves hit the shoreline straight on. But if we saw the oceans flowing perpendicular to our shoreline, well, then that would tell me that the ocean was more like a river than it was a lake. You know what I'm saying? So we're like putting all of these things together. My whole point, I'm sorry that I'm so long-winded. My whole point in going back to having Lise come back in his canoe, he would say, I never went over elevation on the water. I never had to break myself from going down a decline, and I didn't have to fight, like hell to go back up. So that shit.
Oh, damn, you're breaking up again, Travis. Damn.
So to speak. So then we would then have to reassess what we thought we saw.
I don't know if it's Travis talking because he's muted.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, it was. He was breaking up and then it came back in.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I know the Rockies.
Yeah, I definitely get the point he's making. People would have thought about it. Even back then, it wouldn't have been set in stone. I think that's what he's trying to say. Yeah, even back then, people would have been questioning, is it flat, is it round?
No. I think he's saying
okay.
At all. He's just saying that they're on terrain. There's elevation changes. You can go from one side of the to the other. You can see that water is contained by banks. You can go to a lake. You can the way around it, you can see that water is contained by banks, even though you might not be able to see straight across it. But if you can walk all the way around it and discover these things, I think he's in natural discovery. I think where he's going is just through your observations on land itself. It just seems like elevation changes, and I would agree with him 100%. I would definitely would agree with him there. But I still stand by that. People still do wonder about things, and okay, then people may have thought, and whoever it was, the first to go, yep, I'm on a big blue spinning testicle, and that's where we are. I'm going to put this thought forward, and it got some traction without really any evidence to back it up, with a lot of assumptions. All right, which is what possibly the discussion tonight was going to be, about assumptions, and these assumptions now are taken as hard fact, right? Without too much thorough investigation or scientific vigor put into them. It seems to be more people's ideas and assumptions has got the globe over the line, so to speak.
Gasco?
Yeah.
Oh, you just went quiet suddenly.
Yeah.
So what kind of assumptions do you think they would have made?
Well,
like, let's say,
let's go with sunrises and sunsets, for argument's sake. Well, with the naked eye, without knowing anything about anything, it looks like the sun does go down below the earth, right? There's some ancient tribes that used to think that the sun used to go down below and then magically reappear on the other side. Didn't even go all the way around. Took a little tunnel, a little shortcut, went through, and then come up the other side. These have always been, and it is a natural, when you see these things without knowing too much about it, about how light works and stuff like this, how the atmosphere works. These things on first glance could lend you to these assumptions, but they are only assumptions at the end of the day.
And you feel our current understanding of sunrises is based on that assumption?
Based on the assumption, sunrises and sunsets are based on the assumption that the sun does go below the horizon and go underneath us and then come up the other side. Now, whether that's flat or spherical, that's definitely the assumption. That's definitely the assumption. But
do you think that's still the assumption today? Like the way sunrises and sunsets work on a globe model, do you feel it's based on the assumption long ago that the sun would set and go down into hell and then come up the other side and rise every morning from hell, type of thing?
I think it's based on the assumption that the sun moves, we rotate. Okay. And that's why we see sunrises, and I think it's based on that assumption. 100%, I do.
But okay. So why do you feel that us rotating is just an assumption we've come up with? You don't believe that it's something we've verified, I'm guessing? Like, what? Oh. Okay, so let's say the way sunsets work right now, it's because Earth rotates, and then because we're rotating one way, we see the sun travel across the sky the other way. What is the assumption behind that idea, behind Earth's rotation?
Well, that is just it. It's an assumption. Like, it hasn't been verified.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Okay, that itself
the whole
is
definition of an assumption, bro.
Yeah.
No. So I just thought you thought there was some underlying assumption behind that. So,
no.
us
hasn't been
rotating
verified.
and the sun moving across the sky is the assumption.
Exactly. That is an assumption. Yep.
Like another is that you see circles in the sky and you just assume that they're balls because.
Is someone talking?
Yeah, that Anthony, you're really, really low, Anthony. We can kind of hear you, but not really. You said something about circles, but you
I was
were
going to
really
say
low.
the assumption that
Way better.
is that better?
Yeah, he's better.
Yeah, the assumption that we see circles in the sky and we just assume that they're balls because the outside of a ball would be circular.
Yeah, these sorts of things.
Well,
Now,
and when globe earthers bring you guys, evidence showing it's not an assumption, what is your refutation behind that evidence?
Well, say the moon, for example, you know how it shines equally. So if it were a ball, the evidence would be that we would see its light differently, right? So like it would have a specular highlight. So what evidence have you brought, like in the shape of our observation of the moon? Sorry, I might have said the sun first. The observation of the moon is that it's spherical based on what we're looking at.
well, I can actually see, Anthony, with the moon. If we just take the moon in isolation, I can see with my own eyes when I look at a moon, just with my naked eyes, right, on a beautiful clear night, that moon, right, looks like it has texture, right, and that texture looks like it gives it some sort of shape of a spherical nature. Now that's what it looks like to me, right? I'm not talking about the phases or anything like that, or bright spots or anything. I'm just talking about like when you look at the moon in its entirety, and you see all the dimply bits and all the faint lines on it. That seems to give it some sort of shape, and that shape, to my naked eye and to many others, looks spherical or hemisphere at best, right? But you then make the assumption that if it's hemisphere, it's going to be a sphere, right? And I honestly can't see, Anthony, how anyone just look at the moon as itself, right, and say that it doesn't look like it has some sort of shape to it.
Shape to it. Yep, I agree, bro.
Yep. Cool.
I've made
I
assumptions in
think
the past as well with the moon.
I think the shape of the moon isn't that controversial. I think it's a given that it's a ball of rock. Maybe stars and things we could talk about, but the moon, is it really? I mean, this is pretty easy to
Lots of
look
people
and see.
do, though.
Well, it'd
Lots
be
of
handy.
people do say it's not physical, that it's just a
It'd be
light.
It'd be handy if we have been there, but when we get there, we may know. When we get there, we may know, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, just looking at it, even when it's a full moon and it's fully illuminated, you can still see dark patches on it.
yeah, no, exactly. Like, and this all gives the impression that it does have some, like the full moon itself. I'm not talking about any other phases, but the full moon itself, when you look at it, it definitely does look like a solid object to the naked eye that has texture and has some sort of shape to it. And I don't think anyone that is being honest could say anything else. I can't see how they could say that. Now, when you look at it more closely and you put more thought into it, maybe you can come up with a different idea about what the moon is. But if you're just using purely observation and just your eyes, I don't think how you come up to any other conclusion myself.
And wouldn't you think, Anthony, when it comes to specular highlight, like I think you can immediately think of why it might not have one shiny patch.
What is your idea? Because of the surface won't allow that?
Yeah, like if just sort of based off gut feeling, I'd go if I got balls that were going to have a specular highlight and weren't, and I was trying to aim for the most specular highlight, I know what I'd do to the ball, and that's spend a bit of time polishing it. And now, conversely, if I wanted to have no specular highlight, I'd cover it in dust or hair or something that isn't able to uniformly reflect the light back.
Yeah, but I still think you're going to get some sort of source.
Something measurable. Yeah.
Yeah. You're definitely going to get
like
some
a bright
sort of highlight
spot or something. Because I
Just
mean, even
something
when I see it from images of the Earth from space, it only seems to happen on the Earth over the oceans or bodies of water. Like here, if I post this picture of basketball, I don't see any specular highlight except on the N and the G of Spalding.
You'd think it'd be somewhat measurable in some sense, given our our scientific instruments that we've got in 2022. Don't you reckon, writing?
Possibly. I don't know that it's not. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. Where it shouldn't be. The area most directly, the equal angle of incidence and reflection matches up, so that bit should be slightly brighter. Yeah, but that it should have a big shiny bit is what I'm sort of saying.
What are your thoughts, riding on eggshells? What are your thoughts on that idea that given how bright the moon is from 250,000 miles away, when they're on the surface of the moon, it should have been like ridiculously bright, like unable to even see anything that was that bright, just given how bright it is from how far away we can see it.
Yeah, I agree. The moon is basically like a light bulb if you look at it. If it's a full moon, it's like a light bulb in the sky. So yeah, I have to agree with that.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, writing?
I would have thought it'd be quite bright, yeah, but blinding, I don't think so. Like I mean, if you look at the brightness of the moon, say during a day, like when you can see the moon at daytime, there are many other things brighter than it that you can look at.
Yeah, but that's because the sun's out, right? And they say that the sun's like 1 billion trillion times bigger and brighter than the moon, yeah?
Right, but I think the sun should be lighting us up at ground level at about the same amount that it's lighting the moon up at ground level, right? So if I can wander around and it's of a brightness down here that the moon doesn't sort of outshine it, then I imagine it's probably about the same on both.
Here we go. I think Travis has just posted some specular highlights over the Midwest and into Vegas on dusty terrain.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. So happy days. Oh, no, Travis. No, Travis. No, Travis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about there. The sort of reflecting off the corn crops or something.
Yeah, and even that that picture that you posted, riding with that beautiful filtered light to give the perfect picture of the basketball, you can still see a bit of a highlight, as you said, on G. And you're still
specifically
getting
why I posted it. That's the shiny bit of the ball.
Yeah,
that's where I can see it on the satellite images of Earth, and that's on the shiny bits, i.e., the oceans. I do think this is interesting with the crops. But this is from, what would you say, like 50 kilometers away, maybe? Probably not that much. Do we still think that'd be visible? That'd be a noticeable bright spot from thousands of kilometers?
That's interesting writing. Did you say that they have the specular highlight on the images from the satellites on Earth, right?
Yeah, if they look back at Earth, hang on, let me put one. It sparkles pretty much only on the oceans.
Okay.
I'll put one in the chat.
It's obvious and measurable from Earth, but for some reason we don't get one on the moon.
Yeah, because there's oceans.
Oh, okay.
I imagine what I would expect is if we had a moon like Europa or something that was icy or watery, then yeah, I would expect it to have like a shiny, noticeable, shiny, bright spot.
Does anybody know what the albedo for the moon is? To start with, good talk.
Coming in very quietly for me.
Oh, sorry, I'm a bit away from my mic.
Oh.
But the moon is literally glowing at night, like on the full moon, it's like a light bulb. So how does that work out?
Because it's dark. But it's the same way as I can get quite a dim torch, and if it's dark enough, it'll look quite nice and bright if there's no other light around it.
Mm.
Sorry, I
That
should have
video,
paused your breath before replying to that quite so quickly.
that little clip, that
So
little
the
clip
moon
that you
is
showed,
torch. Okay, yeah.
that clip you showed of the specular highlight
Right
on
then.
the Earth, bro.
Yeah.
Do you really think that you wouldn't see the specular highlight if it was on the surface?
On the deserts and stuff? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it would virtually disappear. It would be very difficult to tell. Like same as on the Spalding basketball, where there's like if you sort of squint a bit, there is brighter bits of the ordinary bit of basketball. It's all but disappeared. That's what I'd expect over land, particularly over Australia or something that's very dusty and dry, like a Great Lakes region. I might get bounces from the lakes and flat roofs.
Do you want to make a bet?
Do I want to? No, I wouldn't put money on it. I'm not.
You wouldn't put money on it though. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's just a sort of gut feeling about it. If I wanted to make a ball shine more, what would I do? Polish it up, remove the dust. If I wanted to make it not.
So you're not sure though that you think that maybe some images of Earth, there would be that specular highlight even on the land parts, right?
I think there wouldn't be, but I wouldn't take it to the bank.
Okay. But why wouldn't you take it to the bank? Like, because wouldn't that confirm that there's specular highlights on the Earth and there isn't on the Moon? Then that wouldn't make sense because the Moon's reflecting the sunlight and it's a ball.
Well, I would want to know what did it. Like, if it was reflecting off the atmosphere and the Moon doesn't have an atmosphere, then no.
Reflecting off the atmosphere, not the surface of the object.
Water droplets in the atmosphere can create rainbows and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Why do you have some that show specular highlight off land?
Let's have a look, bro.
I think that the video that I posted gives at least a little bit of an indication of that.
The bits I see on land, not so much. I'm seeing a bit where you're filming clouds or something and there appears to be a big bright spot in the middle of the lens. I don't get what that's about, but it doesn't to me look the same as.
But I think that though
if
you keep watching, because it's a pretty long video, but because I go over terrain as well and I keep filming, there's really an interesting. I can't remember how I edited the video itself, but I think I try to point out where I believe we can see the airplane shadow on the ground. And it looks in those, from what I can remember, it's been a while since I watched the video, that there would have been almost like a spotlight there, like that's the sun's light, and the airplane is in the middle on the ground.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing I would also really want to see with my own eyes, because I've seen those like sundogs or not sundogs, what are they called? That from that dog cam video, and I'm not convinced that's not just a artifact or overexposure or something. It's more got to do with capturing of it than what's actually there.
Well, the difference with that is that I'm looking down at the ground sky. You know what I mean?
Hey, plain truth, just to go off topic a little bit, have you had to make several different YouTube channels or new YouTube channels?
I haven't. No, I haven't had to. No, I do have a backup channel. I do have a backup channel, but I don't think I have any content on it.
Oh, I'm just surprised because I mean I recall your videos being quite popular, and they don't have many views on this one.
Yeah, it's hit or miss. Like I now just have 3,200 subscribers, and I think in the past month I got like 100, but I don't see an increase, in my opinion, in my views. So it's really weird. Like I don't like when I follow a channel that I really like, I make comments or like, hey, I'm following you, or hey, someone sent me here, blah blah blah. Right? I give kudos and shout outs and all that stuff. Like just yesterday, I think I got 20 new subs, like within a day or two.
Yeah.
And like I don't have 20 people though going, "Hey, I'm here," or I found your channel this way or whatever. Like none of that. So I have no idea.
Super dependent on the kind of person. I think. Like I will get that.
That's true.
But I will only get that from virtually, not only, but close to only get that from people who've got YouTube channel and they upload themselves.
Yeah,
whereas
that's
if I get
true.
clicking through my uploads, many of them are just the standard letter inside a circle for like no profile picture, and they never comment.
Yeah,
or virtually never.
I think
Travis,
also want to consider the device they're accessing from as well, because you tend to find people that use PCs to do YouTube are much more verbose and they're commenting than people on phones in general.
Yeah.
Hey, Travis, you've put in hundreds, thousands of hours in making content on your channel. Have you got that backed up on your other channel or other channels, or do you have it backed up in some other format? In case for whatever reason your channel did get pulled and you were to lose it all?
Well, all of the raw footage I have backed up on 2 hard drives.
Yeah.
It depends on my mood and it depends on my timing. Sometimes I'll just upload a video to YouTube and it's not saved on a hard drive. So yeah, I would say that there's probably a 50-50 ratio where if I got shut down, I'd lose at least half of the content.
Right. Yeah.
You know what, Cabins, it's a shame you don't live in the UK. I could give you about 10 terabytes worth of hard drives that I don't use.
Yeah.
Well, you could post them to him.
Do you know how much they weigh? I'm a nice guy, ain't that fucking nuts? Let me think. UPS to America, about half a kilo to a drive, 20 drives. Yeah. That'll cost me 50, 60 quid in shipping.
But just to go back to our previous discussion on assumptions,
Yeah.
Again, I think that it's an interesting exercise to try to recreate conversations that we think might have happened if people were actually talking about this. But I think that if someone were to suggest to me that the Earth were spherical or curved, that would run into my having cognitive dissonance, that I wouldn't be able to reconcile what my experience shows me, that I stand up straight, and if then
you would lose the whole point of up and down, man.
Right? Yeah. If you were to suggest that someone else somewhere was 120 degrees from me, that to me would be impossible. That I was like, or that I would be like that to them. Like, how would I? So again, think back if that conversation happened for the first time. Let's recreate that happen. Let's recreate that conversation for the first time. If you didn't know anything, but simply suggested that the Earth were a globe, and I said, well, why wouldn't I fall off? What would you say? You would have to, I think.
I'd say, I don't know. Well, I reckon a bunch of them would just be like, don't know. I don't know why. I don't know how it is the case, but it just seems like that might be the case. I think that gravity question would be like sort of dark matter for us now. It'd just be this giant placeholder.
Nah. I reckon there would be a bit of pushback, and there would have been
I think there'd be a fair bit of pushback when you're first kind of proposing the idea, but I don't think it's
when you're first proposing an idea without any logic. Of course, there'd be pushback.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you would. Lots of their arguments would be like, take Aristotle's. The stars appear brighter in the sky as he heads south. The moon, the sun appears to describe a different arc. The shape of the moon on the shape of the Earth when the shadow is cast on the moon. Things like that would make that you'd be like, here's my reasons for thinking that. And then, yeah, sure, you'd still get pushback, but Anthony said, you're not just going to go, I think it's this, and I'm not telling you why.
But it also seems too that the circles in which these ideas posed weren't around the campfire with the normal caveman, right? They were with scholars and the elite, not part of the normal person's conversation whatsoever. So then these ideas are then presented to the normal person, right? Because a normal person is just doing exactly what Travis has said. They're just walking around. They're just picking their blueberries. They're going fishing. They're walking up hills and they're walking down hills. They're canoeing across a lake. These sorts of things.
I'm not sure there's good evidence for that.
Not really too.
That's
well, yes. Well, yeah, there is good evidence because these notions of the globe proposal, right, are coming from these people that are esteemed to being philosophers and mathematicians and these sorts of people, the so-called highly educated. So these were the elite. These weren't the normal folk. These weren't the folk that had a farm or anything like that.
I don't think there's good evidence for that because a lot of the reports say that if ideas like this were come up with by lay people, historians in hindsight would often attribute them to Plato or Aristotle or people like that because it sounded cooler. Secondly, I think it's a bit difficult to tell either way because it becomes a bit of an argument from absence. Like the ordinary person's life and what they talked about around the campfire isn't recorded. So I don't think that can lead us to conclude that they didn't talk about it when the evidence of humans today, and at least for quite a while back, they have wanted to entertain these kinds of discussions, even if it's just sort of, mythology about the 7 layers of the different places the gods live and the Yggdrasil tree and all of that business.
Yeah. I'm not saying, writing that they weren't discussed by a layperson around the campfire outside the cave. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is the idea of the notion as this being presented as a model, right, was coming from elite people, right?
How do we know that though?
Well, because
could it be the case?
Well, how do we know this?
We don't. I'm not making a case that the opposite is true. I'm saying I don't know because I could easily see what you're saying.
I'm just saying, writing that these scholars, right, these mathematicians, philosophers, chemists, these were elite people. They weren't the normal person, right? They were educated. They could read and write. Right, where most people back then couldn't read and write. Right? It wasn't part.
But what if? So let me present the other side then. What if it's the case that those people were still saying it's flat, right? But then other people who were lowly merchants who rode their camels from, here to Petra and back, and lowly seafarers, and a vast number of the public started being like, I don't think these guys are right. I don't think it's flat. I don't think they know very much about what's out there, such that the elites turned around and went, geez, we better change this cosmology or we're going to lose them all, and go, new discoveries have been made. Now, I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just saying it's entirely as probable as they were following public opinion as much as they were setting it.
And I would put it to you that these people, right, these seafarers or these, were much like people today. They're just going about their day-to-day lives, right? They're not really giving too much thought into things. They might think about it occasionally, right? But they're not really giving it too much thought. As long as they can get from point A to point B, right, and make their trade or be on their trading ships or feed their pigs, get their chickens to market. That's pretty much all they really worry about. But there came a point where this model was presented to the masses, and this model, right, came from elite people, right, that were in my opinion, were in a very tight circle that most people were associated with, and what they said was deemed to be very important. I think you're trying to get it. Yeah, jumping, Travis. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about trying to be a moderator to a certain extent. Does anybody else want to jump in? because I know it's hard because when I get into a conversation, it seems to just be two people going forever. So I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in who hasn't been able to yet.
Feel free. I'll step back.
I wanted to say that you guys are getting ahead of yourself. The reason people think there's stuff out there like fears and stuff is all because of science fiction writing. That's all. Nobody thought that when they were really working the soil and doing stuff on the land. No one thought that there were planets or stars. That all came with science fiction writing, basically made up shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
So how would we know if that was accurate or not? What would we be? How would we ever be able to tell if people really weren't thinking about it back then?
You have to think you've been conditioned since you were a baby to believe in stars and planets, and that came from science fiction writing, right? This is like known, right?
Yeah,
I'm
bro.
just saying,
like
if the assertion is nobody ever thought about it,
it's
how
like
would we
when I
know?
asked my 95-year-old grandfather that came to Australia when he was like in his 30s and never really learned the language, and you're asking what's up in the sky, and he goes, "No one will ever know. We've got no idea what anything is up there."
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing that we're discussing is really interesting. I think it would be a fantastic think tank, right, for us to like deconstruct this, because Harry's question and everybody else's question. I mean, I think that they are sensible questions when we allow the door to go in a certain, or the flow of the conversation to go in a certain direction. But at the same time, what Godric is saying is that we have been presented with these models from childhood. I mean, we could have had mobiles hanging above our crib with the planetary system on it, right? And it's just there. Yeah. So to go back and say, well, how would they have had these very first conversations? So I want to go back. I wasn't able to finish a thought before. That is that if I were talking with someone who came along and said, hey, I'd like you to consider this this explanation for the world in which you live, and I think it's a ball. But he didn't have any explanation for how someone would be able to maintain a vertical position on a 120-degree location, right? If he didn't have an answer for that, then I wouldn't have any credence in why he would even think that that was possible. Now, hold on real quick. Now, if he then never thought about it before, he was just trying to push a model, right? He just heard this idea and think, I can sell this. And I ask him a question he wasn't ready for. If his answer is just something that he thinks of off the top of his head without any evidence, then it's dismissible.
Yeah, I've done door-to-door sales before, and when that happens and someone asks you a question and you don't know the answer, no matter how dumb, no matter how much of a hillbilly they are, they ain't buying that product.
True.
So
I think we're talking though about slightly separate things, like whether we can convince somebody of something, whether we're persuasive, won't necessarily correlate with whether they agree with it.
So, Travis, with that line of thinking,
it's like have an answer, bro. To actually have a logical answer. Sorry,
we have
sure.
No, you're right. Yeah, go, Anthony, go.
I was just saying, nothing about being persuasive. It's actually about having an answer that makes any logical sense. Which is the question is, how can you be on a 90-degree angle from someone else? Like, where's up and down? What do you mean there's a ball? How can there be a ball when we know that there's up and there's down? But if we're on a ball, there's no up and down.
So what would you like in terms of using that as a metaphor of the door-to-door sales? What would be your conclusion if somebody doesn't have a good?
They don't agree with what you're saying, and they don't want to go with that idea of, say, for example, a product being good. It's basically, that's the analogy, bro. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I agree with it.
People got stuck in that conversation, man, because they would have said, well, where's your up and down? And then they would have said, oh, I don't know. And that would have been it. So no one would have thought it was a ball back in the day because no one knew about this garbage magical gravity thing.
I mean, there would still be questions on the other side, right? Like, what's underneath? a flat what, as Merle used to put it.
So Travis, if you wanted to dismiss the notion of the globe going back, I don't know, as what's his name, Aristarchus or whoever, right? If you wanted,
Eratosthenes or something.
yeah, okay. If you wanted to, I've got no problems with that, whatsoever. So then, you were talking about mobiles and got mentioned, science fiction writings, and these things are only recent sort of things, because it wasn't that long ago that a majority of people couldn't read and write. Going to school and learning how to read and write is only a fairly new thing, really. It wasn't that long ago when a majority couldn't. So your notion of the globe then, is that in your idea just a fairly recent phenomena?
I'm sorry. I asked your question again. I was listening the whole time, but I don't know that. Are you asking me if I believe that the concept of the globe itself is a recent phenomenon?
Yes.
I don't have any way of giving you an educated answer on that.
Okay. Fair enough.
I just would say I do think that the rhetoric is controlled information.
Yeah.
The rhetoric of flat Earth and globe, that to me is, I'm inferring. Okay, this is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That is complete Hegelian dialectic.
Mm-hmm.
When did they come up with a concept that wasn't like that? Say the apple is more dense than the air, so it goes down. When did they come up with that concept? Because you'd think that would be the only possible way that they could surmise that the Earth is some sort of shape or object that's floating in something. Otherwise, they would all think that it was just like when you create a computer game, like God's obviously created the ground, and then that's it. He's created the ground. That's the Earth.
We're told an apple fell on Newton's head. That's what we're told, aren't we?
Yeah. So when was that? When was that again? When was Newton?
Was that, I don't know, is that 300 or 400 years ago? I can't remember actually.
So you'd think that would have to be, if that story is even bloody true or whatever, you'd think that it'd have to be the first time that anyone would have possibly been able to logically surmise and even entertain the idea that the Earth was some sort of object in space.
Yeah.
Well, that goes back to
do
what...
you? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I agree there.
17.
It sounds like. I think I'm missing something, because it sounds like you've got to have solved the last question before you can sort of hold to the first. Like, could you not be like, we don't know yet, but it appears to be a universal downward force?
Well,
and keep reasoning from there and go, now we need to try and figure it out.
No. We've already got. There's no universal downward force in water, so things float up, right? So we already understood.
Let's not get stuck in the actual gravity discussion, but I mean, we're talking about how people could construct their view, and it sounds like, unless I'm misunderstanding it, your view is nobody would believe this stuff about living on a ball until you'd already explained gravity.
Yeah, because there was already an explanation to how that works, right? So we already understood that things are denser, things weigh more than other things. So we got the air, and then things are heavier than that. But if things are lighter than that, they go up, right? So if we've got that concept, there's no other unless that other concept is created, then there's no reason to think that we're on a random ball, is there?
Yeah. If
we tried to compare this to the flat Earth, that would be like me saying nobody could believe there's a flat Earth until they could explain the South Celestial Pole.
Well, the notion of gravity, right, which is attributed to Isaac Newton, right? So that has to be in the late 1600s, early 1700s, thereabouts. I'm guessing. All right. So if this notion of the ball was proposed prior to that, what kept everyone from falling off it? Chewing gum on the bottom of their soles. I would say because without the notion of gravity, right, you can't possibly live on a ball, right? And
even
the whole
Aristotle's
notion-
idea though was quite close to it. Like he what did he say? He said something about the idea of like, I think he just thought matter kind of gloms together, like when you see water droplets forming or something like that. It's in his book called On the Heavens, and I'll try and find the bit specifically about that.
So his answer was everything we just glom to the earth.
Yeah, like maybe that, like, I mean, I'm sure they dreamt up all sorts of things. They still believed in humans. They had ideas that, all sorts of interesting ideas. It wouldn't surprise me if it related to one of those.
We'll see.
They go, it's magnetism. It's a different kind of magnetism, and it holds us down and lets other things not be held down.
Well, if you came to the round table, right, and you wanted to present a globe to me writing, and you said to me, right, this is what we live on, and we just glom to it, I'd laugh at you. I would laugh at you, right?
Right, but I'm not gonna turn up there and just say they glom to it. I'd put it in fancy words where I'd say, oh, things have their natural place, and as they find their place, there is a urge to conform to a certain thing, and that is towards the middle. Hang on, I'm finding it here. Aristotelian explanation of gravity is that all bodies move towards their natural place. For the elements, earth and water, that's right, they're all about the elements, weren't they? That place is in the center of the geocentric universe. The natural place of water is a concentric shell around the earth because earth is heavier, it sinks in water. So yeah, it's very similar to that reaching its natural place, reaching its equilibrium that a lot of flat earth people say, right? Bubbles rise because that's the sort of...
I'm hogging the mic anyway. Get in, Anthony. Travis or Godric or someone.
Sorry, I just saw a mouse in my house, so I'm freaked out and I've lost the conversation.
Get the shotgun.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I just think it's possible that you could say, in a world where everything's mysterious and things still don't quite make sense, maybe we live on a ball and not yet have it solved, but just go, here's these observations that match with it.
You could pretty much say anything, couldn't you? Really, in a world like everyone does say anything, so you can say anything. But whether or not it would have taken off, and been talked about by more than 100 people, is another thing. But God, who knows?
I think that.
It's the things happening, bro.
You're roboting Travis again.
Severely.
No. Drive through a tunnel or something, Travis. You might get better perception.
If we...
He's back. No.
Seems like he actually had a quite close argument to this density and buoyancy argument, Aristotle. I guess it's like atoms, right? You can still conceive of things there could be a fundamental particle or something, like you can keep dividing things without yet knowing what that is.
Do you think governments should mandate vaccines, writing? Double.
No, I don't think they should mandate them.
Really?
Careful of the V and the C word.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
No. You got to talk about it kind of incognito.
Yeah. I tried to say it fast.
So I think governments should encourage people to make healthy choices and give them good information on that. But I don't think that telling people about what medical procedures you've had recently in order to go have dinner there, that kind of makes me uncomfortable as an idea.
geez, it makes me like have a little bit of hope in the world when a glober actually thinks that.
Many / I would say almost most do.
Yeah.
I don't know many who are
definitely
just
not most.
They're mandating these
hardcore.
vaccines, and the politicians and the Congress are not mandated to get them. So we have regular people losing their jobs, and then the Congress and the senators aren't mandated to get them. So is that happening? That happens in the U.S. Is that happening in the UK or Australia?
No.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case in Australia, and some of that I understand. Like, you want to get a job at an aged care facility where zombie outbreaks would be particularly devastating. Things like that.
Seeing as you don't think that governments should be mandating things and that it's there to give advice and not control your life and stuff, do you think that that's why you enjoy talking to flat earthers? Because there's never been a flat earther in the history of flat earth that's ever thought that governments should mandate vaccines?
I'm not sure if that's why. I mean, I just like that it makes for interesting discussions, and I learn. Like, I've liked learning things, and I've just started learning so much about everything from history to physics to astronomy and stuff in those discussions. And like yourself, Bandy, Godric, there's like a chunk of cool people to talk to and get to know. So if I'm going to be stuck at home barely working.
What, are you being mandated out of a job?
Well, I mean, one of my major clients was Qantas. So they all got mandated out of a job.
Yeah. I got mandated out of a job too.
Oh, shit. What were you up to?
I was a care worker.
Oh, right. And is that up to you? If you chose to go and drink the minestrone, they would let you go work there again?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right. That sucks. Sorry to hear that, man.
And it doesn't matter. Everything happens for a reason. I'm going to start my own bath bomb business. Don't tell anyone, guys.
Yeah. Sounds fancy.
Yeah. Should be good.
I wasn't going to use
call it smelly balls.
Well, obviously, it's my missus's idea, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
I just want you to call it smelly balls.
I'm calling it. I'll tell you the name, but no one go and take my name, else I'll murder you. It's Good Kind of Bomb. So,
Good Kind of Bomb.
Yeah, because it's going to be like completely therapeutic, no colours, no bullshit, And there's almost no bath bombs on the market that haven't got something that's artificial in them. So
I have a friend who did that with coffee. He's got what he calls coffee bombs.
Oh yeah.
So,
has he been successful?
He's just started it out. He did it on Facebook, and so he got a lot of support that way. I don't know how many customers he has, but he's shipping everything out himself. He's always updating and saying, "I'm getting your packages out as fast as I can." So he seems to have some sort of response. But I'm actually trying to get back out to California. Well, I will be getting out to there, but I'm going to try to get my business in motion with photography.
Dude, I've been following your channel for I reckon 6 years now. Your channel was, I thought it was quite popular in 2016. Am I correct?
I think if you're thinking of a plain truth, that's who you're thinking of. That's Jamie Lee. I'm the plain truth. So.
Yeah, but it's your voice, bro. I know that your voice. Maybe, yeah.
Oh well, yeah.
But when did you start the channel?
I've only been on the scene since 2018.
Okay, then interesting. Did you go on Modern Day Debate a couple of times?
Yeah.
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 I remember you on Modern Day Debate. Who did you debate again?
T-Jump.
Was it
MC2?
T-Jump. Yeah, MC2.
T-Jump. Wow. That guy is a lunatic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's a lunatic. That guy. Oh man, I can't stand him. He is so pretentious. In his little clam chair there.
You see Whitsett demoralise him one day? That was one of the best debates I'd ever seen.
I've seen him demoralised in many a debate, actually.
Yeah.
He's just so pompous. and so arrogant. He's got this arrogance about him that
He does.
it's not appealing at all.
Yeah, he's not as rumpusy as Rumpus, but he's got the same smarmy arrogance.
He kind of reminds me of writing.
Hey, fuck you. I did not see what you did there.
In all seriousness, I don't think he does remind me of you writing. I think you're a lot more respectful to us flat earthers.
Well, SC Montreal and Rakir disagree.
But what I was going to say, if I'm coming in clear,
you are now.
Yeah, much better now.
To go back to the whole thing about models, or at least making a suggestion. So, if you did have someone who came by and said, I think that this is the way the Earth is, but they can't explain how water remains fixed to the ball, or people can exist at a 90-degree angle in another location. The scientific method, I think, would be expecting some way to, rather than ad hoc and bias with an explanation, right? You would have to be able to demonstrate these claims. It seems just real quick. It seems to me that these solutions to the model began as concepts rather than based on empirical data.
Cool. I mean, the idea of testing things was still not really. Certainly, the idea of testing something in a falsifiable way, that was long after Aristotle. They would just go and sort of look at things and chuck things and do things, but the idea of there being a scientific process was
right. But imagine
alien to them.
Right, yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but imagine though the conversation still carries on with those philosophers, and they just continue to discuss these ideas to not, in a way, to reaffirm what they want it to be, right? So they don't know that it is a globe. They don't know that it is, but they're talking about it as if it were, so that they are continuing to convince
for that to work, wouldn't that require that they all agree on what shape it is and all want it to be that shape? And there's
right,
and it's kind of the thing that would make that house of cards fall down is one person who wants to test it and come up and present something else.
Right. Well, that's kind of like why I say what I say now, and that is that if I were on that roundtable discussion, I would be the naysayer. I'd be the philosopher saying, no, it's not, you have not provided any evidence, but depending on how, right, because we're looking at politics, right, and the way that people operate socially. So if you have this big group of philosophers, but only a certain small amount of them are on this globe sphere talk, all you have to do is wait until the influence gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and the naysayers get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Well, this is where Christians would say what you're talking about, basically, is eventually philosophers and people started to try and come up with a different idea as to what was written in the scriptures, right? Sure. And some people wanted to be against the scriptures. Some people thought that there were religious zealots that were controlling mankind, and other people thought it was the word of God that we needed to follow and abide, and they needed to know that that was the truth. So then another concept derived, in rivalry to that.
Are you trying to suggest that the Bible has a cosmology that represents reality?
Well, I don't know about the Bible, because the Bible that we think it is the 66 books, right? But if you read all of the other apocryphal books and the Enoch and all that sort of stuff, the cosmology seems to suggest that the stars and stuff are circling around us, and we're fixed and immovable and set on pillars.
Yeah,
which separates the waters from above, the waters from the waters below, the firmament.
Yeah, I was just asking. I wanted to make sure that I understood where you were coming from on your statement, because I didn't want to take it the wrong way.
Well, I mean, we've just been talking for a while about like what people would have talked about and what they would have thought and known and why they would have done it. And I'd imagine this would be a key concept as to why they would have come up with the heliocentric model in the first place. Whether or not it's right or wrong or true, or whatever is right, that obviously has played a big part in history. Is what the scriptures had said, and so half of us think that the scriptures are there to control and manipulate societies and blah, blah, blah. And the other half think that the scriptures are there because they're the word of God and they're there to protect and help us, right?
Yeah, I just think in any of those, even if somebody's presenting the scriptures, because I think that's a good example. Like that's a hegemonic idea that's would have been difficult to challenge. Heck, it's still somewhat difficult to challenge nowadays. I just think that, like Travis is saying, there would have been naysayers the entire way through.
Dude, difficult to challenge, man. You know how many Christian globers there are? Like, if I go to a church and I say the Earth's flat, the Christians want to bash me, man.
Yeah, that's not my point. I'm not saying all globers are, all Christians are flat earthers. I just mean there are people like Travis is saying he is. I think many of us here are like contrarian or willing and happy to challenge ideas.
Especially of those that are in control, like they have a stranglehold on society. Correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we're naturally predisposed to look upon those ideas with skepticism and be like, well, is this guy just saying this so that he can stay the emperor?
Well, what's really interesting is, I don't want to get too religious discussion-y, is that the Catholic Church, I'm pretty sure they're really into cosmology and they've got the telescopes and shit. And like the biggest telescope in the world is named Lucifer or something like, even though it's an acronym. And I'm pretty sure a Jesuit priest came up with the Big Bang Theory, right? So it's weird that
the Jesuit priest, but I've already remember reading up on that telescope called Lucifer. It's not quite that at all. It's there is a facility that they get some time on using their telescope or something like this. There's not like they share a facility with a university, and the university made a protocol or an actual machine. I think it might have been a machine. They called it Lucifer. My impression is to take the piss out of the Catholic Church. But not that the Catholic Church had a telescope called Lucifer.
It almost doesn't make sense anyway, because if you look into the etymology of Lucifer, and then other people have got arguments of what that even means, and it's not the same as Satan, and blah 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 blah. But the Jesuit. Well, did you say you didn't know about the Jesuit priests that come up with the Big Bang Theory? Or
no, I haven't heard much about it. No,
you've never heard about that before?
I've heard people mention it, but I've not sort of read into it, or mainly because it wouldn't really send me either way.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but it is from certain scopes of this discussion, it is an interesting thing because, like you said, like contrarian to who's in control, and the Bible obviously says that we're fixed, immovable, set on pillars, blah 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 blah. Yet the Catholic Church are the ones that they've played a big part in slowly discovering the heliocentric model.
Yeah, when I was going to grad school for my seminary training, the one thing that I saw a lot with the historical pastors was that they weren't simply pastors; they were also philosophers and scientists. Some more than others, but they would talk on every topic. It wasn't just this myopic field where they were theologians. So I guess what I'm saying is, going back to talking about a Catholic priest coming up with the Big Bang isn't a surprise to me, because that field of being a doctor is just someone who is an expert in, I think, science. And science is as broad as linguistics to botany, in my opinion.
You could have gone from algebra to zoology. Cover your razor's head. No, I think that's really sensible, because I think, again, and you can look at that, and I think a lot of that's down to the Greek synthesis movement of the sort of, 3rd and 4th century. I think that's where it had such a big impact on that sort of view, where they were asking, just not the why are we here, but why does stuff work this way? And I think that's a great question.
I also think some of it, though, is if you go back a few hundred years, particularly in that region, it's like the best of the artwork or the biggest of the buildings or most of the science was being done by the church. I don't think is evidence of much, except that the church controlled nearly fucking everything back then, right? Like I imagine it would be really difficult to have done anything without the church's, say so or support.
Listening.
Yes, you can do your own thing, but we'll make your feet a little toasty. But I also think, if you look back, certainly in sort of the 16th and 17th century, one of the best compliments.
No, Travis, you're gone. Nah, you're breaking up, Travis.
But I think one of the biggest compliments you could have been given in sort of the 16th and 17th century is to be described as a Renaissance man. And that means that, you're looking at art, you're looking at literature, you're looking at the sciences, you're looking at language, and bringing that all together. I think that's something that we've lost. I don't think I think it's not an aspiration that a lot of people have in modern society, which I think is a shame. I aspire to be that, but I'm not good enough.
Just a quick one. I just put something in the text. There's a guy called Annie Maxines. Oh, I said it wrong. But he was like an Aristarchus, but he saw it from a sort of flat idea.
Another one from Miletus. Have you noticed how often Miletus gets mentioned?
No.
Look at all the famous.
Miletus.
Yeah.
Where was that? Somewhere in Greece?
Sicily. It was a Greek city-state in Sicily. So Archimedes.
He was also a glober back then. When people weren't much of a glober, he was a glober.
But there was a whole school of philosophy there, and it produced a whole load of Anaximander, I think, is another one that was from there. I think Xenon might have been from there as well. Zeno, sorry. But yeah, there's a whole list of them. I remember looking at it and going, ooh, that's weird. Samos and Miletos seem to be very, very common. Most people think of Athens. Ooh, Athens. But, some of the Greek city-states in Italy were really, really on the ball, especially, funny enough, Sicily, which, So Aristarchus, for instance, was from Samos.
Aristarchus. Shout out Pete Show.
Oh, I wonder how they're using the shout out to Pete Shaver, right? How they're using the word demonstrate here, but if you're after a demonstration of water curving, this page on Wiki seems to use that word. Whether that's what they mean or not. He says, in Proposition 2 of his first book of his treatise on floating bodies, Archimedes demonstrated that the surface of any fluid at rest is the surface of a sphere whose centre is the same as that of the Earth.
Hey, you've got to admit that Archimedes did screw well.
Say again?
You have to admit that Archimedes did screw well.
Oh, I got the joke straight away.
Oh dear.
Well, we're dealing with Greek fucking philosophers and natural philosophers. It's not easy to make a joke out of that shit.
You have a very tough audience, fool.
Mic check.
Yeah, you're back now. You're back.
Let's see how long you last this time.
That's what she said.
Got it down to about 30 seconds.
I think when they use demonstrates, they just mean with geometry.
Oh, I wasn't quick enough. I was going to come back to Travis and say, what was her name? Milliseconds.
Harsh.
That's eerily close. My ex-wife's name was Melissa.
And just like your marriage, you didn't last?
Oh, that's mean. I wouldn't have even gone there.
I didn't want to be mean, but it was like I couldn't think of another way to make the "it didn't last" joke.
Correct.
Hope you're okay, Travis.
Okay.
Wasn't meant as a real shot at you. It was meant to be the poor stamina joke.
No. I mean, I get it. You know, obviously, if you yeah.
Well, we can keep going. There's more.
Oh, sorry, I've copied the wrong one.
Right.
So just going back to what I was saying before with Harry's comment. So if you just have these philosophical ideas, swirling around in the discussion groups, waiting for science to catch up with empirical data, to me, again, that's simply confirming a bias. You still want confirmation of something so that you're going to be looking at that information and how it would fit into what you think the world is. So, that's why I usually go back to what's the very first claim being made. What is the claim that your model depends on? And that's where you have with telescopes and this, that, or the other thing. Those are all tertiary. They don't matter. The primary claim is the one that needs to be addressed.
But if we can't then test something once it's become a concept, once we proposed it as an idea, how can we test anything?
Well, I would rather have you give us a specific anything for us to look at. So,
Fear Earth.
Okay, so what's the claim that you would like to begin with?
I don't know. So let's say Aristotle notices that when he travels south, the southern stars are higher in the sky. The sun has a higher zenith, moves northward. He goes southward.
That happen? Would that happen? Would that happen in any direction he walked? The stars would move over his head. Am I not coming through?
No, if he goes north or west or east, the southern stars stay either the same height in the sky or get lower.
It's interesting to say that, if we were amongst the people that were proposing such a preposterous idea of a globe without gravity and it just globs, we just glob onto things. It's easy in the mindset that we have today to go, you know what, I'd be the naysayer. I'd be the one to go, hey, bud, that ain't right. That's not getting past this table.
Sure.
You know,
I mean, people are told that, like, you know, that a man rose from the dead, or a guy parted the sea, or that, you know, Jesus came back to visit some people in Northern America, or, you know, they're souls from another planet, and the evil Lord Xenu cast them out and threw them into volcanoes. Like, people will believe some wacky shit with some poor reasoning.
Yes.
No, we can only give our perspective of what we may do today, not yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, because
It's the same.
Sorry, Ryan, go.
I was going to say, I think it's the same as like trying to reason what morals would have been like how easy it would have been to be like, oh, I wouldn't have beaten slaves to death, and it's like, well, you sure?
Well,
you know, like, for how I feel now, I don't think I even would have held slaves, but statistically speaking, I would have either been one or held them.
Well, that's why I had children, so I legally had slaves. But yeah, you know, it's kind of easy to go, I would do this and I would do that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think people really, we as humans are very good at properly critically analysing an idea. I think that Anthony's point's right, which is you probably need to, if you want to convince them, have a
good
answer
sales
handy.
speech. You got to have a good sales speech.
I mean, you could just go, because that's the way God wills it. God wills it that heavy things go down. And I think actually I posted it before, but probably didn't say anything about it. Aristotle's idea was pretty good, which was that of the elements, in balance to which element they were, they would go up or down. So fire goes up, so that which has the fire element in it, like wood, would have a balance of wood but a balance of soil, so it floats on top of water, whereas iron, which has more earth, sinks. It's like it's a kind of good idea that things that are earthy want to go down and things that are fiery want to go up.
And weren't back in the day, weren't priests held in esteem? Or they held positions of great power and great influence. From the little I know about.
Well, I think you can say that today. You know,
I don't think it is as necessarily as no. I don't think priests are used in a console when it comes to Lord, you know, the affairs of kings or queens or lords, or even today, you know, in Parliament, you know, priests aren't held in the same sort of esteem as the little I know about what they were back then. Foolish. I don't know if you have a different opinion on that, but I think they were held in a higher.
I think the consequences for not agreeing were a lot more severe, so people tended to toe the line.
Yeah.
Priests. You know, if I was going to do a slogan, you know, the clergy, they can really fuck up your life.
Like I've just got finishing. Well, we've finished watching that series Vikings. I don't know. Yeah. And you know, the priests there seem to hold a lot of influence in the day-to-day runnings of things. You know, with
but you again, you've got to put that in context of one. It's a story, so whilst they kind of pick little factual bits up and sort of run with it, so
of course, it's just a story. And I realise that, yeah.
But I would agree with you. You know, certainly when it came to the power of the Christian Church in that period of time, it was immensely strong. And not just from the point of view of ecumenical matters or spiritual matters, but also as landowners.
Yep.
And they had huge armies too. Like they were sort of in command of many kings' armies.
And the weird thing is for you to be a king, you needed to be anointed. And the old word for being anointed is you became a Messiah.
Right. Okay then. Yeah.
Because that's what Messiah means. It means the anointed one.
Right.
That's why as a king, your right of power was granted by God because you've been anointed.
Yeah.
So that's why you have that's why you hear a lot the divine right to rule. Which I think they probably mentioned in the Viking series, what if I remember.
Yeah, well, you see that a little bit, not as far as being concerned, well, with one of them, but for them to be accepted by the English, they, a couple of them had to get baptized, so they were seen not to be pagans anymore, and were accepted by the common folk. Once again, it is just a story that you see, but
it's not so much to be accepted by the common folk. It was more to be accepted by the power players themselves. So it's kind of it was kind of like joining a club.
Yeah.
So you look at the conversion of fucking Ragnar's brother.
Yes.
When he went to France.
France, exactly.
A great example.
Yeah.
Was he really a Christian? Was he really? Or did he do that to gain acceptance?
Well, I would say probably more the latter.
He's a very practical guy.
He sought certain goals, and this was a pathway to reach those goals. Same with Ragnar, and same with Ragnar's son. When they were bargaining for land ownership and whatnot. It was part of their bargaining tools, wasn't it, to be baptized?
But my favourite scene with what was his name? Begins with R. Not Ronald. Rold. Oh, yeah,
Ragnar.
No, his brother.
Oh, yeah, I know the fellow you're talking about.
Yeah, big guy.
Yeah.
When he has that initial fight with the Jarl in season 1.
Yeah.
And the sort of like the councillor goes, kill him. He literally just grabs an axe and he thinks, he's got to kill him because they don't seem to be getting on too well. Walks up to the guy and just goes, the donk. It's one of my favourite scenes in Vikings.
Yeah. Rollo was his name.
That was it.
Yeah, Rollo. He was a brute. He was an absolute brute.
Probably my favourite character in the series, actually, to be fair. And the thing I think I really liked about Vikings was kind of the difference in those sort of cultural views, where you had what I think the Vikings to me were being just really in their own way really fucking honest and says, well, this is our view, this is our culture, we are a culture that supports and exemplifies the role of a warrior in society. And then you go to, Wessex, and they're all, well, we've got to be holy, and it's all about love and God, and So where was the honesty from the individuals? And it's why, you see almost this pragmatism from the Vikings, and this expectation of, your words, your bond. We're not really going to, we'll use trickery and warfare to get our way because that's part of the game. But when it comes to actually dialogue, it's very direct.
Yeah.
And it's the exact opposite when you look at sort of, their interactions with the Christian and, later on in the series, the Islamic nations. There's a lot more trickery, a lot more politics.
Yes. A lot of in dark shadows.
Yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. And it is very interesting how it's depicted as so that they were very much about honor, weren't they? It seems that the Vikings, and the way they depict that the most honorable way to die was in battle with your weapon. That's how you get to Valhalla. Dying this honorable death. And they looked forward to it. They embraced it. They relished the the chance
Challenge,
to which
and
is
even if you take the nearest member of the family to sort of that side of things, which is Ivor the Boneless, who was very good at the politics, who was very good at sort of the social manipulation. You know, he had, you know, and I think a lot of that, you know, is sort of done because of the circumstance of the character in the series.
Yeah.
But he also, you know, there was no backing down, and when push comes to shove, you know, he would happily, if you like, fully commit to his beliefs.
Exactly. Yeah, and you saw that when, you know, escaped to Russia, whatnot, and start again, you know, there and found a niche, you know, to be able to wingle his way into to try and you know, exploit what he had.
But then the horror of realizing actually how awful the people he was working with was, and he goes, "Oh my god, they're fucking evil."
Yeah.
Which was great because it gave another reflection. That's why I think it was such a good series, because of the way they developed the characters there and were quite consistent with how the characters were, and there were even limits of horror. You know, that they wouldn't, you know, that someone like, you know, Ivor would, butcher you, he would hack you up, but he wouldn't just fucking talk to you just for a laugh. You know, you've got to have pissed him off in some way.
Yeah, they're actually making a prequel, pre-series to Vikings.
I think it's a post-series, isn't it?
Or is it? No, I think it's pre. I think it's pre. But anyway, you may be right. Foolish.
No,
you may be right.
It's set about 100 years after, I think.
Right. Okay then. Yep. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that when that comes out, because it was thoroughly enjoyed. And you know, it seemed to, for me, the series, you know, had a start, and it seemed to finish in the right place too. You know, there was a nice conclusion, you know, to it.
Yeah, with the sort of almost ends with the death of Bjorn Ironside, which I thought that was quite good.
Yeah, and then you had, you know, Ragnar's son with, you know, him and
Snake in the Eyes.
Yeah, you had him and what was his name, sitting on the beach at the very end. Just, what was his name?
The boat builder.
Crazy one.
Yeah.
Yes,
not
yeah.
Loki, but
Lockie.
Yeah,
Lockie. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a particular period of history I quite enjoy as well. You know, from having read it.
He was a very interesting character. Very, very interesting. Thoroughly enjoyed watching his character, you know, develop and wander off and come back.
Well, again, he kind of went through that great sort of character arc of, I know, what the fuck's going on, what's the fuck's going on, you know, to eventually, again, refinding himself. And that's what I liked about that, and, you know, and obviously all the horrible things that happened to him, loss of his daughter, loss of his wife.
Yeah. It was actually strange to see out of the tree house in the middle of nowhere when they gave the thought that he was in the cave and the cave had collapsed on him and all that sort of stuff, and then all, you know, he's living in a tree house on his own amongst the other
Is Smeagol trying to say something?
kind of looks like it, but maybe not. Maybe not.
I hate Discord.
Discord hates you equally, obviously.
Catch.
So going back to where I remember Harry's talking about Aristotle looking at the southern sky and whatnot. Again, the issue for me is you still have to establish the Earth has a change in position from degrees. So if we go back to the beginning again to create a conversation with someone, I would only understand that the Earth has topography, elevation. So if at the beginning of the conversation someone suggests that the Earth is a ball, then my response would be, okay, so if I'm walking from this location to 100 miles away, that is a lower position. I'm walking down something, or I'm walking up something, because that is how we move. We move across, we move up, and we move down. So just let that stand as it is for right now, right? I would say, okay, so then what you're telling me is if I walk forward, I'm going over a curve. Now, visually, physically, mentally, that conjures up in my mind change in elevation. I'm moving from one place to another, okay, on a surface. Now, the question then becomes, okay, so now let's do really meta-narrative breakdowns. So when did someone first come up and say, okay, we can't use elevation with the globe? It's not elevation. Don't say elevation. It can't be elevation, because that fucks with the system. If you call it elevation, it fucks with it. You can't get around it.
Why?
So, because when we live on the Earth, just normal people, we go up, we go down, and we go across. And if I go across a plane that has a higher elevation than another part, I'm going down. Or if I turn back around, I'm going up. So if you create then a circle, you could find a ball, or you could find a rock that's been worn down, and it actually is in the shape of an off-shape sphere. I mean, I have one, right? It's about the size of a softball, but it's pretty close to being a spheroid, right? So on that spheroid, there is motion from one location to the next, from one location to the next, from one location to the next. So if you want to, if I make the top of the rock where 90 degrees is, that is, or 0, that's where I'm standing, and then any direction away from me is an angle away. That is a low.
It's doing it to you again.
I don't think it's Discord hates him. I just think it's his service provider hates him.
Yeah. Look, I
suppose the simple question I'd ask on that is, if I'm 5 centimeters above the surface of a sphere and 5 centimeters above the surface of a plane, I'm still 5 centimeters above that surface.
Yeah, but I think following on from what Travis was saying, like you're presented with this notion of sphere that you're on, and you're in your head, you are going up and down topography, but you are always walking down because you're going down that curve all the time. It is a bit counterintuitive to think that you're always walking down, even though you're going up and down topography. It's counterintuitive to think that you're always constantly walking down at the same time.
But down's always towards the surface, isn't it?
Look,
that's what I don't understand about this argument. I mean, down is just towards the surface.
You know what I mean, though, right? You know what I mean when I say that foolish. Call it walking down a curve, right? Walking down a set of steps. You are walking around that curve, which from wherever you are, in whatever direction you tend to walk, you are always walking down that curve. Always.
I think you just look walking along the curve.
Same way as I can walk around on a plane, I can walk around a curve.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, and if it's always...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, just wondering if it's always down. Like I know some people like Jin think that down is outside of the Earth in the globe model. But
What?
Yeah, he thinks that on a globe, people south of the equator should fall off because down is towards the south.
Okay, I'll just reiterate, on what Travis just said. Even though we're walking down topography on a ball, right, we're always constantly walking down, like down a set of steps. Like it is counterintuitive to think of it that way. Whether or not you're walking across it, as Foolish put it, right, you are still always moving in a downwards direction down that curve. Now, you guys want to get around it by invoking all these things of gravity and stuff where everything, it doesn't matter where you are on that sphere, you're always upright. I'm just saying, right, that because you're on a spherical surface, doesn't matter where you are on that spherical surface, doesn't matter what direction you want to move, you are all, even if you are up at all times, okay, you are still walking down that curve.
So we can never walk up the curve.
Sorry?
You would say that we can never walk up. Yeah, it's like saying which do we have more on Earth, uphills or downhills?
Because for me, if
I guess
I
there's
don't,
even an up down.
No, go on, Smeagol.
Yep.
I don't think there's an up or down in space. So saying you're going down the sphere.
Right, but that goes along with the ad hoc removal of what we understand in reality. We have ups and downs here where we stand on the Earth. In order to make, in my opinion, in order to make your model work, you have to remove up, down, sideways, left, right. And that is just an idea, just a concept.
What do you mean?
I don't think we do, because I think the one thing that we can all agree on is down is towards the surface of the Earth.
I'd agree.
Would you argue that's not how we determine down?
Yeah, I'm fine with that general description.
Yep.
But the thing is what Bandsaw was saying is that the abstract way of thinking about it is if you hold a ball up and you put me at the top with a little figure, and then you put someone else at a different position, they are, and you can see visually that they are all in different positions and different angles, but then you want to say that they are all in their own reference frame at the top of the ball. Because if you make any of those people the top of the ball, let's, whatever, person D, we're going to make person D the top of the ball. That means A, B, C, E, F, G, all the way around or whatever, they are not at the top, but they're all standing 90 degrees. They're all standing vertical. But when you look at it side on, they're at 27 degrees, they're at 90 degrees, they're at 120 degrees. So you've got a conflict of abstract and concrete that you're trying to hold in tension. We can't all be at the...
Sure.
That's all right, go ahead.
You said that we put people on top of the ball. There is no top of the ball.
everybody is standing 90 degrees wherever you are.
To the surface or the tangent.
Right.
To the
Okay.
surface, sort of.
So right. So then, okay, this is where I was going to go with what I was saying. But so Bandsaw was saying that, okay, so that if I'm standing 90 degrees, then wherever I walk away from that position, it's down the ball. Okay. So the other thing is then if I'm standing in my position and another person is standing in their position and they start walking toward me, then they're walking up toward me because I'm walking down toward them, or vice versa, or whatever. Or are we both walking down toward each other? Or are we both walking up toward each other?
It depends on what you mean by down and up.
No, I don't have. No. See, that's the problem.
What you mean.
Yeah. See, now there's a different orientation because we're not talking about dropping something to our feet. We're talking about walking across a surface that is a sphere, and there is this person over here is walking to that person there. And visually, that orientation has a down and an up.
It's all a matter of perspective.
See, in the model, oh man, in your model of the globe,
yep.
When you have things like gravity and all that sort of stuff, we feel right. We're told that we feel right that we are always right on top of an object. We don't feel as though we're standing, right? Because that's the way gravity works, right? Because it keeps everything in equilibrium, but our sensations because of gravity give us the sensation that we are on top of this ball, right? Now, if we're on top of this ball, right, it doesn't matter if we're underneath it, on the side of it, wherever, right? So we're always on top of it. Like I said, it is counterintuitive, regardless of the topography that we are walking up and down, or traveling up and down, across. That we are always, when we're moving in a forwards direction, we are always in a downwards direction, or as well, or around, and in an aroundwards direction, going around that sphere, and that is counterintuitive.
How is it? Oh, you're cutting out a bit. I hope you're good.
I just said it's counterintuitive to have that notion in your head that you can be, that you feel as though you are on a sphere, right? And doesn't matter what direction you move in a forwards direction, you are always traveling in a downwards direction, or around that sphere, which is in a downwards direction, not down as in down under your feet. You know exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying in a downwards direction, you're moving over that curve. It is counterintuitive.
Sure, just like if you have 4 people on a, I don't know, what's the the machine, the carnival ride that you can stand sideways in the machine.
The gravitron.
Yeah,
gravitron.
sort of like that. Yeah, you can stand, and someone above you is standing, and your feet are away from each other, and your heads are towards each other. That's fucking counterintuitive to me, but it happens.
Well, you can feel something happen to you. You can feel the centrifugal force happening to you, right? When you're on that ride. So I wouldn't think that is counterintuitive when you can actually feel what is happening to you. Like you have that sensation because you can feel the centrifugal force pushing you up against the edge. You feel it. You feel it physically. Right? But you don't feel you don't feel anything, all right, when you're walking around a
I feel like
a ball.
Back to the ground. can't.
You feel like you feel like you're stuck to it.
The same way that in that machine you can jump in a machine.
Okay, but we're in my opinion, we're moving into a false equivalency.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay,
it's counterintuitive in the way that Bandsaw explained it. Now, whether or not that makes sense to you, we can't help you with that. We can't help it make sense. We can just repeat ourselves. But
Yeah.
I'll try to. Let me just do one quick thing. If we could construct a very massive ball, I mean, it would have to be almost like the size of a huge mountain, and put you on the top, and you walked in any direction, you would know immediately that you've stepped down.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, because I would actually be going down, because that sphere wouldn't have the gravity that the Earth has, and down would be outside.
No. Remember, we're simply right now at the very beginning of considering your model, right? So you're telling me on the beach, as we're talking about the way we think the world is, that you think it's a ball. So you don't have any idea about gravity at this point. So I'm saying to you, okay, so if we make a really big ball and put you on the top, what's going to happen if you go 90 degrees? You would have to say, I would fall off.
I mean, sure, but then, yeah, and then if we are at the beach and I give you a flat surface and the water falls off, I can say, but we can't be on a flat surface because the water would fall off.
Okay, great. So now you've given us something to consider, right? So you have a flat surface. Is this a board of some kind, or is this the ground? Like, what are we talking about?
Flat surface, just flat surface.
A table. Okay, so you want to put water on it?
Yeah, I want to pour water on it.
Okay, so how much water are we going to pour on it? Is it going to be enough that it's going to spread evenly across the entire surface?
I take 1,000 liters for a normal kitchen table. Just pour it there and it'll fall off.
Okay, so sure. So if the volume of water exceeds the area of the table, it'll fall off. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's next?
Yeah, just that we falsified the flat Earth. We did.
Okay, so instead of getting aggressive, how would it falsify the flat Earth? I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
But you said that if we would make a big ball, we would fall off from it. And I say, okay, well, if the Earth is flat, then the water would fall off from it.
Okay.
So it can't be flat.
Okay, great. So I don't say the Earth is flat. Okay, the Earth's not flat.
Sure. Yeah, we know now that it's not sphere and it's not flat.
Okay, yeah. So I see water ahead of me, and it's a puddle. It's a really small puddle, but it's not running off anywhere. It's not falling off the edge of anything. It's a puddle. That means that there are lower portions of that ground, and there are higher portions of that ground. So now I go to a different. So where are you going to show me in reality a larger area where water is falling off the edge of something? Because the table, I don't live on a table, right?
Oh,
I don't.
No. Hold on a second.
I agree.
One second. We're standing on a beach. Yeah. We don't know the size of the oceans.
Right.
We just see water extending out to our far horizon.
Yeah.
So you don't have the fact that there is more or less water than the Earth can contain. And in fact, if you look at all the sort of, going back to the ancient cosmology things, they talk about water falling off the edge of the Earth.
Can you show me a source that does that, please?
Yeah, sure. Vikings.
No. I don't want you to. No. I don't want you to tell me. Okay, look, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm simply. This is our conversation on a beach. Two people talking. Ooh. Okay, so I would.
Yeah.
Okay, so
ancient stories tell.
Okay, I don't
sail off the edge of the world.
I didn't ask you to tell me about a story that told you about a story. I'm asking you for a source that I can go to and look at the beginning of this story. Okay, but now let's
you could invent a spherical mountain rock and say what would happen there, and I can't say, well, we have stories for sailors sailing off the edge of the earth.
Okay, is it your opinion that your claim, which depends on evidence, is the same as my abstract explanation of something?
No, what I'm saying is the fact that there is we're postulating what could the shape of the earth be. Neither of us is actually sitting there because we don't, if we're just sitting on the beach and we know nothing and we're just spitballing with each other, there are no claims because neither of us knows what the shape of the earth is, and we're now having a discussion based on what do we think it could be.
Okay, so we discussed this earlier, so I'm guessing that you didn't hear this discussion, and that's fine. So we do know certain things. Okay, now if you want to go back, because you took us in a direction to the beach. So if you want to stay there and we can talk about...
You said that we were sitting on a beach talking.
Okay, but then, okay. But then I said to Mailman, I said, can you show me in reality something that's similar to the table? Right? Because I don't live on a table. The table has edges and the water will fall off. I get that. But when you take us out into the world, I see rivers, I see lakes, I see puddles. So if I see a puddle, that water is contained. It's not going to run off anything. Unless a huge torrential downpour comes and then the volume of water exceeds the area and then it will flow. That's very simple. I know that. You know that. So now we
know of any tabletop mountains in our area.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Listen, okay, great. So I'm looking at a plateau right now in Colorado. I'm looking at a plateau. That plateau, however, is never going to be inundated in my lifetime, I don't think, with water. Now, it will rain here and it will snow. Okay, so that plateau has elevation and I'm sure gradation as well. So that water, when it melts, will run. I still don't understand how you're trying to now use this as a demonstration that I don't even know anymore.
Well, we're just saying that, if you have a flat surface and you pour water on it, that water will generally roll off that flat surface. Yeah, you'll get a thin covering.
Right.
So that's all the principle that Mailman's talking. You wanted something in reality, and we can point to a number of sort of like tabletop mountains where we see waterfalls coming over the edge after the rains. Because there's too much water on there, and all that water will drain off and eventually evaporate off unless it's replaced.
Yeah, so that's why at the beginning of this conversation, I started with saying I don't believe anyone in ancient times would have used the word flat earth or the phrase flat earth. So I understand. I don't claim that the earth is a plate with no edge. I don't claim that.
Yeah, so the whole point is that a flat earther doesn't think that the earth is a type of shape, because that would mean that it's some sort of object that's floating in a vacuum.
It is an object. We know that.
What?
We know that Earth is an object. It has to be an object.
Why do we always assume that there's vacuum in space?
In a flat plane or a disc floating somewhere.
Yeah, I just said that it has to be an object.
No, you're saying that's what flat earthers believe. I don't think that.
Well, if you can show me a surface that doesn't belong to an object, I mean that breaks down geometry.
No, I'm looking at Earth right now.
The Vikings thought that the Earth was flat and the water rolled off into the void.
Okay, that's a great story. I don't believe you.
Well, you're not a Viking, are you? That's probably why.
Are you a Viking?
No.
So how do you know this story?
Because I like stories. I listen to lots of them.
Right.
What I'm saying is it's an explanation from a set of people who sailed a lot, and this was one of the concerns that they had as they sailed too far, and it was even something held by British sailors.
Yeah, yeah,
You know.
I get that. I get that. But let's pretend that we could have the intellect of an adult in the first grade or the fifth grade or whenever we're going to get our history lesson, our geography lesson, and we read, right? Jimmy, you read for us that paragraph about Christopher Columbus. Okay, teacher. Before Christopher Columbus sailed around the world, people thought that if they sailed far enough, they would fall off the edge. Okay, so look.
Sorry, Jimmy, but you're wrong. Christopher Columbus
Jimmy, you're
didn't sail
retarded.
around the world.
Okay,
you're going to get
listen,
a black mark for
okay,
that
come
one.
on
You're actually
now.
thinking of Magellan.
Come on. Okay, come on. All right. Just my
Sorry?
point is.
Teacher?
My point is. Okay, look. My point is that if that's in a textbook and there's no footnote to provide the source for that information, then where did that information come from? And if there is a footnote, and that footnote is another story of that story with no source for that story, then you're in an echo chamber with no evidence. Does that make sense?
You're now changing the rules of the game because we didn't have any of this information beforehand. We were just, two guys sitting on a beach without any history sitting behind us.
You appeal to the Vikings. Okay, look,
that's actually fair. No, that's really fair. You're right.
Thank you.
You're right. No, it's okay. I can admit it.
What's up, you guys? What I'm jumping into here?
We're just looking for evidence, arguments, objections.
Oh, I got you.
We're trying to help Travis and the rest of the guys out of the we don't know what the shape of the Earth is.
Not very well, though.
Not very well, I admit. We've been given some fairly impressive handcuffs to try and get round.
I think that's a little bit unfair because we're just trying to work through the assumptions.
So here's my question, right? I was thinking about this the other day. I think, Bandy, you can confirm this or not, but I think when we were talking to Lise or someone else and we were talking about the volume of water in an aquarium or a pool, that it will be in that pool, even in that pool, the surface of the water will curve.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You'd be able to measure it, but I think that would be consistent with the way that we view it.
So here's my point, though. My point is that if you then could take that aquarium out, or just make it a large pool, and if you took it out to the ocean, and you had it above the surface of the ocean, and then dropped it down so that the two surfaces would meet, they would have to be the same convexity.
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else with that. That's kind of interesting,
right?
Well, because like when you have them parallel, one above the other, the segments aren't going to match completely, are they?
No, if you're at a different altitude.
Right.
You've then got an attenuating force acting upon it, so you've got to factor that in. There'll be a whole lot of shit to work out on that.
Right. So, but now imagine lowering that down. You would have to then, I think, argue that as you lower it, that water would change its orientation to then match the surface.
Actually, at first, Travis, the initial reaction with Lise in a puddle or a fish tank or swimming pool, that the water wouldn't have a curve in it at all. It would be flat and horizontal, and then he slightly changed it. But his initial gut feeling with a man-made object actually was the water was going to be flat and horizontal. It's only in oceans and stuff that it bends.
I would even be more pedantic and say I'm not sure that the meniscus, the surface tension of the water in an object that large, wouldn't be greater force than the actual curvature forces acting upon it in a small object. Like a 2 foot by 2 foot aquarium. I'm not sure. That would be a question that I would want to look at.
Well, that's what we are told, that there is curvature in all water. Foolish. Well, this is the argument that your side presents all the time, and they don't deviate.
I prefer the fact that water conforms to the forces acting upon it. If you want me to be really concise and pedantic, and I don't think any of us would disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we have to take into account all the forces that we can examine.
Yep. And I would say to you that, the water tension in something like a test tube, right, is going to overcome your gravitational forces. But when you take that up to a fish tank, for argument's sake, where the meniscus is just on the edges, okay, then not in the center. You don't have it in the center at all, right? Because you see no curvature whatsoever. You can put a straight edge across that water and it'll be as straight as an arrow, right? But your side will say that the curvature is that minute, it is immeasurable, right? This is the argument that is presented.
It's the same way as I can't measure 1/1000th of an inch with a normal ruler. Right tool for the right job, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, I don't think there'll be much disagreement. So if we've got something that's really fucking small, and in the scheme of things, if let's be really, I'll be really generous as I can be. If we use the model of Earth as described, and we take that section as Crux pointed out, what would be the expected curvature, and it's going to be pretty close to the square root of fuck all.
Yeah, and this is what your model says so many times, that the numbers are either so small or so big it is incomprehensible for us mere mortals.
Yeah, but sorry, go on, Crux.
Well, I mean, his point is taken, but it's a slight hyper exaggeration of incomprehensible and all that. Come on, it's just about the margin of error, right? Or what do you call it? The error margin? Foolish.
Yeah, and a margin tolerance of instrument, whatever you want to.
Yeah, you know the point that I was making, though, Don.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I might embellish at times.
I'm guessing that.
That's a cool thought, though, Trav. I like that thought, though, bro. It's pretty cool. You could kind of set like an arc if we had an ability to have like a Bedford level up in the sky, or something, or like big, something big, and then mark it and then bring it down. That'd be pretty cool.
Right. Now I know that people have said that I'm wrong on this, but I believe that I have had conversations where I've been told that the mass of the water in a small volume isn't enough for the gravity to affect it, so that then there is no curvature at the surface. But then we are told in other conversations whether there is, gravity or a force acting on the surface of the water. But when you think about it, or at least when I drive around and I think about this stuff, and I think about water being in a very shallow container, the forces that allegedly are on larger volumes of water are on that smaller, and so then you should have the same effects and the same results, no matter how big or small that area is. But it's a really abstract thought. I can't get my mind around it. I can't get it back in to try to express it right now.
It's really cool. I'm sorry, Foolish.
No. I was going to come out with a pithy joke, and actually it wasn't really the time for it, so I stopped.
I mean, but the thing is that we often require and ask for demonstrations of these claims. And usually the response is that the scale is so big that we can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, you can't show us a model, a physical model, where the air around this object is uniformly moving with the object. You know, that would be one demonstration.
Oh, the Navier-Stokes and whatnot. They you talk about the atmosphere. Dude, you're making me think of a cool thing, like where when we talk about center of mass and the gravitational center and whatever. When you're thinking about a small scale, like a small fish tank or a local area, it makes me think about like being pulled down to the tiniest dot in the center of the earth, and then maybe kind of understanding that the tiny dot might be bigger than we think. You know what I mean? Like the center might be bigger than the fish tank, for instance. Like the center point that everything's getting pulled down to, supposedly in the center of the earth, might be miles across, whereas we're only dealing with a 3-foot fish tank. So, you know what I mean? Like everything's pulled down, but it's not like, you know, angled to the very, very middle. I mean, maybe it is, you know what I mean? But Travis, you get what I'm saying? Like maybe there's this giant center kind of that allows for like a small local thing, like a fish tank. I heard you say some people gave you conflicting answers, so maybe this is why they gave you multiple answers. Like, you know, maybe something can be too small to expect curvature on it at all, because you know what I mean, like, are we getting pulled to the tiny pinpoint of the middle of the earth? You know what I mean?
Well, apparently we are, Don. Apparently that's exactly where we're being pulled to, because that is the dead set center.
I think no.
But it's about a balancing point, you know, and it's like, I don't know, man. I get you, man, but maybe it's deeper than the first glance understanding.
It's not that all mass on Earth is attracted to a point. There's a center of mass, but you can, like, if you go down, and the more you have stuff above you, that's going to affect.
So where is it all attracted to if it's not attracted to the exact center?
Well, a general center, I guess.
Well, if it's just a general center, that doesn't make sense. It has to be either the center or not at all.
It's actually used for if you're going to find out where are you attracted to. Forces will accumulate to a net force if you take all the forces. If you have something dragging on it and pushing on it at the same time, if what pulls on it is stronger than what pushes it, you can actually consider that as only a pulling force. You don't have to even consider the pushing force. It's just weaker. And and that is a vector which points at the point and with the strength. And if you know those two things, that's like all you need to know where it's going to be pulled, even if there is things pulling on either side of you. Or if you get mass above your head, it's going to look like it's pulling less. But that's just because you're getting pulled a little bit upwards as well.
Well, for instance, everything on the surface of the earth looks like it's kind of going straight down to the center, but there might be tolerance, you know, like there might be slight, you know, like we might not have the sensitivity to notice, you know, the tiniest 0.000000001, you know, skewed off to the side. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know they do their. Let's say you have a plumb bob, right? How
next to a mountain that's off plumb.
Well, that'll skew you. But either way, I'm saying how tiny of a point, if you were to sum all the angles together or all the plumb bobs around the surface together down to the center, how tiny of a point do you think that they're actually pointed to a millimeter point together, or to like a mile wide point? You know, like how tiny is the middle point? You know what I'm saying?
Center is the center.
Okay,
it's not approximately the center. No, I get what he's saying.
I hear what you're saying.
You know?
Yeah.
So,
but you can't really go. But the thing is, you can't really accelerate to two places at the same time. So what is happening is you will only go one place, and that's even if there is a large mass which generate gravity from plenty places. What you call it when you decompose it? You can decompose it and see all the different forces. But if you add all of them together, there is only one place you're going to. You can't go two places at the same time.
See, but that was an add them all together type of thing, right?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
what would happen.
If you were to look at them separately and you're going, okay, well, obviously we're on a textured thing, but theoretically, if we were on a smooth sphere, you know, how you're to get every single point to go to the tiniest center point, you're going to have the super most sensitive equipment, period. And if you don't, it might look like, you know, some things in local areas are kind of parallel going down, you know, until they, you know, you have more sensitive equipment or whatever, like, because, you know, if your ratio is, you know, very, very deep, you know what I mean? Like it's going to have to be, what do you call it? Exaggerated until you're going to actually see the differential.
Well, apparently, Don, you don't need sensitive equipment at all to be able to measure what you're talking about. You know, with that plumb bob that I can't remember the name of the mountain, which you may know it, but
Mount Schehallien.
That's the one. Foolish knows exactly what I'm talking about. Now, apparently, the way they measure it not being plumb isn't through anything else than taking angle measurements to the stars. That's how they determined it wasn't plumb.
I'm with you. I think we kind of, I mean, I think we're hitting on two categories here, but I guess I'm saying, like, so the ratio of of data from the surface, right, all the way to the side, like, say we're looking at 10 feet of plumb bob on the surface, you know, within a local area, you know, whatever, this amount of local area. When you put the ratio of that area segmented into the center of the earth, it's like 1,000 to 1. You know what I mean? Like we're only looking at 1,000th of the whole, you know what I mean? So with that ratio, is, you know, you could be like, hey man, we don't have maybe everything looks like it's going down parallel, but when you get more sensitive equipment, you can notice they're pointing towards each other very much.
Yeah, and I get how they can kind of be all pointing towards the center, but not the exact center. I get what you're saying, Don.
But I don't know, man. I'm just trying to think of this thing. Like, he got two answers, but go ahead.
I wonder when someone's going to bring up the whole magnetism or electromagnetism affecting the plumb bobs into the discussion.
Why?
Well, because if you talk about the Cavendish experiment, they say, oh, how did you isolate the electromagnetic fields as an effect of, or other variable? But plumb bob just establishes a vertical.
Well, you know, to me, measuring a plumb bob is plumb.
Bandy, could you have a chat with Conspiracy Santa? He's really trying to start a fucking argument for no reason.
Why? What's going on?
Oh, he's just been tagging me and now doing his normal shit.
Hold on.
He's not in on the server that we had this discussion, and he's bringing grief from another server here.
Oh, really?
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, no. Hold on. Is what he's posted in that last post? Is that from another server? Is it?
Yeah. So that's Apocryphon from Asylum.
Okay. All right.
So basically, Apocryphon tried to set up a debate between me and him just to sort of settle some stuff out. I said cool. He then suggested a topic, and then he decided no. That's the long and the short of it.
I just block him.
Yeah, might be an easier thing than
I can block him. I mean, I just don't want him griefing. You know, he's just causing grief, and I'm ignoring him, which is why I'm not responding.
Yeah, maybe just block him. That's probably. I don't see him saying anything that seems to be against. Look, I know he's got a reputation for scamming and stuff.
No, drop it. Don't worry about it. I'm creating a fuss over nothing. Move on. Do not let me distract the conversation.
Done.
I will ignore it.
Moved.
Yeah. Move.
Moved by pressure. All right.
Move.
We can only move things with pressure.
Oh, fuck off.
I just caught a angular momentum short, and the guy went to say forces, the physics teacher, and he corrected himself, but he shortcutted. He was like outside forces or torques, but we're not going to get into that. Is that the common phrase for force is torque? Is it?
That is a name for rotational force.
Okay,
where
so
you yeah.
Exactly what I was about to say.
Torque. Okay.
But to translate that to linear force, you need to have the radius from the torque, where the torque is applied from.
So, okay, interesting.
And in order to have torque, you have to have resistance, right?
Hmm.
Well, gravity's still magic to me, so I'm with it. I'm with this whole gravity discussion, man.
What gravity?
Oh, it's so weird. It's like, how did what do y'all know about how the quantum physics kind of leaves gravity out? What do they do as far as this type of downward accelerate? Do they what is their answer for that? Like, what do they say the mechanism is if gravity isn't part of the quantum physics? Because, I mean, what are they attributing it to?
Well, what's your understanding of quantum physics in a scenario that eliminates or doesn't take into consideration that force?
To be honest, I know nothing about it. Like, I'm clueless. I read the the bullet points, that is like quantum
So
mechanics.
what I kind of hear you saying is, if you go down to the very microscopic level or even the atomic level, like if you have an atom, like why isn't that atom just stuck to the ground? Why, like if I'm standing 6 feet off the ground and there's air that I could breathe, why isn't that air just stuck to the ground? Is that what you're saying? Why isn't gravity pulling that oxygen to the ground? Like everything should be stuck to the ground. Is that what you're saying? Kind of like when you get down to the quantum level, there seems to be motion that you would think would not be possible if gravity was pulling those quarks to its mass.
Well, I mean, that's not totally what I'm saying, sir, but it is, you're making me think about it in a different way, and I do appreciate that. But I guess I'm just thinking, like, you see the bullet points where, they talk about the fundamental forces that are present, and I guess because we are talking quantum physics and that's a smaller scale, right? It's only applied, partially to the whole of reality. It's only on that small scale. But even on that small scale, I guess I'm like kind of more what you're saying. How is everything still bouncing around? But to be honest, we kind of know that even like everything still is attracted down. Like if we were to be in a vacuum, supposedly, and we were to look at it on the tiniest scale, theoretically, you know, I believe I've overheard discussions where it's like you could take, you know, one hydrogen atom and drop it, and it's gonna be biased towards the ground. Sure, it's gonna bounce around its container, but it's also gonna go down, you know, more than it goes up. But quantum physics isn't really telling us why, right? And I'm only thinking of this because you know you brought up, hey, there's a magnetism effect in the plumb bob and this and that. It's like I'm ready for electromagnetism to be answering all the questions, like these forces they call the strong force and all that. I'm ready for them to figure out the whole scale, like instead of having different scales, different categories of these forces. I'm ready for them to twist that line up, you know, that left and right bar of, you know, weak to strong or magnetism to electricity or whatever, and they're going to twist it, they're going to turn it into that figure eight infinity loop, and it's all going to be on the same thing, you know what I mean?
I just kind of wonder if we didn't live in a heliocentric model, like what advances in that field of quantum would we be at? Because I think, to me, that a lot of those quantum discussions are the result of previous abstract thought that can't have any verification. You can't verify a thought, you know, and so that goes back to why I've said before that that the statement "science doesn't prove anything" is only applicable to metaphysical science, because those ideas that are metaphysical are ideas only. Because otherwise they would be metaphysical. Otherwise they would just simply be what we can demonstrate and observe on Earth.
What would be different if it wasn't a heliocentric model? You'd lose gravity and you'd have relative density or something. Would you still have like a strong force, weak force, or the nuclear force?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, I get. Yeah, that's a great question. I have no idea. I could make something up. There's no way it would ever be correct. But my kind of like my analogy in all of this is that we're living in a post-crime solved era where the greatest crime of the century was solved by the greatest detective, but he missed something. And so the entire world lives on the other side of his error, but they don't know he made an error. And the entire world exists based on the results of that crime. And then someone else comes along and says, you know, I want to read up on this crime. And as he's looking, he finds this glitch. And he starts pulling on that thread, and the whole story starts to come undone. So then he starts thinking, man, everybody has made all of their decisions based on this story. They've done this, they've done this. What would their decisions have been if they had found a different killer?
What's the story and what's the crime?
No, it's just
gravity.
It's just an example of
right. But try to saying apply it to something. Apply it to one of the Einstein thing or the, you know what I mean? I think that's what he's asking. Where would you say it's most applicable in today's narrative?
Well, the whole model, the whole model, really.
So, so there's no single person doing a crime, and no single person, like I don't find the analogy useful, sort of.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Because I don't know if you're talking about the globe or the gravity or.
Well, gravity again. Okay, right. So here's the way I spin. Like if I was going to write a book to indoctrinate a child as to why Newton actually, whatever, blah blah blah. If I was going to create a different story, my way of thinking of that is that everybody knew why things fell before Newton. Everybody knew. They all understood it. No question. Now, the story for Newton he wasn't trying to explain why the apple fell. He was trying to explain why the apple didn't careen off into space. Because that's what we know happens on surfaces that are spinning. So in order to ad hoc the explanation for why we aren't flung off a surface that's spinning, because it's not just that we're moving, right? We're not just moving in a linear fashion, because then I would perhaps stumble backwards. Or if I walked to the right or to the left, my inertia would interact with that change of motion. So we're not talking about a linear motion. We're talking about a angular momentum that produces centrifugal force.
Right.
So Newton wasn't answering why apples fell. He was trying to come up with an explanation for why they didn't fly off into space. And the only thing that you can come up with is there must be some force holding it.
But that's a story. Right.
So it's Newton.
Cutting out.
Right. So
really cutting out.
You're gone through a
gravity well.
Adesso metto Brazil. Ancora via. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he had a reset.
Newton didn't give an explanation why there's gravity. He didn't even try.
Flap your arms, Travis.
Fly, my son, fly.
Wee.
Interesting.
If I had to make a bet, I would bet that Larry 25 is actually WhatsApp.
Oh, really? No way.
I just checked his writing, and it appears to be the same, with the same
Very
emoji,
similar.
same kind of
Okay.
Who is level 25?
Him and me have some some history.
Alicia got a heart attack. I thought I accidentally turned on the camera.
Someone had a heart attack?
Me. Well,
you had a heart attack.
Not Legion. I just got scared that I enabled my camera.
What?
I was just scared that I enabled the camera.
Oh. Should we all put our face? Do y'all want to do faces?
I've done it a million times.
I'm good.
I've never done it yet.
Oh, really, Mummy?
Yeah, because I know what I do to people's faces, so.
Okay.
I do it for humor. I don't do it in bad intentions.
Something bullshit. I can feel some hair under my chin.
Well, I hear a bunch of different voices. I mean, well, shout outs to around the world, man. To everybody here from US, East Coast.
Hold on.
It's cool to be.
I'm from Israel.
You know, like I came in 30 minutes ago or so, and So what's up? And hey, we're doing a thought experiment, or discussion. Travis put out a question with a set of handcuffs, and it's like that. I love that. You know what I mean? Because the handcuffs per se, that scenario can produce some honest scientific logic and stuff like that. And there's a lot of average people where I first discovered like it's more sensitive. You can't just talk to everybody assuming that they're gonna put on these handcuffs. You know what I mean? It's so that's respect in that environment where people have discussions like that. Yeah. But isn't that's kind of back to again what quantum does or whatever? Supposedly they're like they handcuff them size and say, look, just on this scale, then if we don't worry about this extra data set, they're like, just right here, can we figure it out? Now, what Travis asked me, why doesn't everything go to the ground still? I mean, I thought we had assumed like extra variables and energies involved or whatever to where that's why everything's bouncing around and whatnot. But I don't know where he was going with that. I'd love for him to come back. Travis, you back? I see your mic back open.
Yeah. Check.
You good?
Yeah, you're right.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we'll see how long.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Can you elaborate more on what we were talking about going like on the quantum scale? Why stuff doesn't go down? Like, or you say, okay, if gravity's there, then we still should have everything stuck to the ground. Like, don't they have their like atomic energies and stuff bouncing around and all this, and the kinetic energy of the beginning that still has everything bouncing around?
Yeah, I mean, I understand those explanations. I think it's a convenient answer that gravity is so weak that two atoms can overcome it just by their energy that they have. I don't know how to say it any simpler than that.
No, I see that perspective. I mean, it gets me a general idea that I was just need to confirm. Yeah.
If you have like what do you call it, a bounce ball, rubber ball, that will also overcome gravity.
Apparently so.
Yeah, but not what's the word? Not forever.
Right. Can I kick something off you guys?
Yeah, that's right. You have to apply energy to it. That's true.
Let me kick something off you guys as far as mass to mass, right? And this electromagnetism. I mean, we could put the masses far. I don't even care if it is electromagnetism, right? But we're gonna know it's not some direct magnet shit, right? You're gonna get all your little wood or all your shit you say isn't magnetic. And you're gonna make an hourglass out of it, a giant one. You're gonna watch shit fall around to the center, right? This giant hourglass, and then you can put masses all around this area and see if you can skew the sand drops. Okay, then another one. We have a water slide, like this super awesome, like perfectly engineered slope. This slope plate, a water slide, whatever. We get water, we get ball bearings, we get whatever, and we drop them down this water slide, get a baseline. Then we put masses to the side, and we see if we can skew the way that these things come down this slide. I mean, is this not logical? Like, why are we just doing just Cavendish? Are these not other practical ideas? Like, I don't care how small the scale, how sensitive. Like, come on, we should be able to do something like this, right?
Yeah, the problem is, like most things, we've all agreed on something and then we've moved on.
Right, right. But like, so think about like interactive for university, right? Like in the university, and it's just there, you know, like static. They can move stuff and then it'll go back to a new static position. But like in these other demos, you could kind of like have like more quickly highlighted stuff. Like you could just move the shit around. It could be on like a, you know, you can have your markers. It could be on a flow, basically on a flow. That's what I'm saying. It's more of a flow than a static hanging thing. And you could, you know, edit your or adjust your you know, your masses and stuff and your variables, and then watch it, like, you know what I mean? Like watch it flow like in real time. I don't know. I think this would be way better for university. It'd be better for me. I know that, you know, be better for me.
Hey, just to let you know, Bandsaw, your mic's open. We can hear your nose breathing.
Oh, okay.
Kind of funny. No offense.
Oh god, I would like to have a smoke. Fuck. Has anyone checked the new Reacher series in Amazon?
Absolutely not.
Oh yeah, because it looks very gay, and I've read all the books.
I am a diehard Reacher fan, and I'm the same way with the Michael Connelly, the Harry Bosch series.
Yeah,
I
those
don't
are
know
good.
about you.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold
I
on.
don't know about you, but
I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
yeah, yeah, I'm a snob when it comes to whether or not a series is based on a book or not. Yeah, there's so many more books that are so much greater than the movies were because the producers just took too many liberties and eliminated so many things. I'm sure you all have your opinions on that as well, but
Are you talking about the Reacher series on Prime?
Yep.
I saw that one.
All right, with all due respect, what the fuck is a Reacher?
So
Book
his name
series.
his name is
sorry.
his name is his name is Jack Reacher, and he's ex-military. He retired. He was a military cop, and he's basically a vagabond. He just walks around, moving from place to place, coming across troublemakers, coming across trouble, and basically putting his nose. Well, he doesn't mess with people unless they mess with him. That's his motto. And he's got tons of other mottos, tons of other sayings, other Reacherisms, but he goes by Reacher. That's his last name, Reacher. It's a fantastic series. I highly recommend it. But to be perfectly honest, I listened to all of the books. So the reader, who is my Jack Reacher, in my opinion, his name is Dick Hill, and that guy, he is Jack Reacher. Mailman, are you back?
But you didn't like the series or the Reacher series?
So yeah, what I was going to I'll try to remember to ask Mailman when he comes back. But the author of the Reacher series, Lee Child, he writes so well. The dialogue is well written. Everything is just pristine, and nothing in the show is a direct adaptation from the books. It's all just it's just the idea. Like this series is based on the idea of Reacher, but the stories that you watch have nothing to do with the books because they're completely just rewritten. And to me, that's like letting. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, dude. I don't mean to talk with you so much, but I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm probing. Are you saying they're just like different adventures, or it's like it erased the other stuff, or there's no callbacks, or like
there's enough there that it's similar to, but it's not. To me, again, my whole thing is Lee Child wrote his stories so well that if I had the money, because I thought about this like 5-6 years ago. I thought if I had the money, I would create a Netflix series on Reacher, and it would be a straight, just everything straight from the book. Nothing would change, nothing, because it was so perfect.
Right. So when you say straight from the book, though, you just mean do the books in a movie.
Yeah. Yeah. He says this, he says that. Like you don't adapt anything and change what he said to this girl. Like the shit that when I watched the trailer for the series, the words that were coming out of the character's mouth were not the words from the book, and I knew it right away. I just knew it.
Oh, they gave you the same story but with different actions? Wow.
They put different words into Reacher's mouth. He said things in his character in the trailer that he never would have said in the books. That's what I mean. Like his character was so finely tuned that it's just supreme.
And I thought Tom Cruise was bad Reacher, but this guy in the series, it's even worse.
Yeah.
It couldn't be possible, but it is.
Yep.
It sounds like some type of copyright sort of legal issue, maybe.
I don't know, man.
I think all the permits are okay because it says based on Lee Child's books on the trailer.
But I felt the same way about the Bosch series. I watched it. I tried to make myself watch it because I like what's the guy's name? Welliver, Titus Welliver.
One who
I like him. Yeah, I like him as an actor, but when I saw that they had just completely adapted the stories to do whatever, I was like, fuck this. This is stupid. I'd rather read the book again.
I have the two newest Reacher books that I haven't read, but everything else I've read.
Yeah. Go ahead, anybody else?
No, it's always this with I remember when Lord of the Rings came out, and the people who read the book complained, not everybody, but a lot of people who read the book complained because they were missing so much from the books. And I feel like it's always the case. If you read the book, you will always feel a little bit underwhelmed when you watch the series or a movie or something. Because I don't think like it's possible to make it like a book. You can contain so much more details than you would in a movie or a series.
Well, I don't know.
But it's still valid criticism, of course. I'm not trying to say that, but I feel like it's always the case.
Yeah.
I think the casting is so shit in casting Reacher.
Yeah, I don't know how he is in the book. You guys would know, but I think the worst part from Tom Cruise over to him is he seems like just like a stupid muscle man. That's a little bit annoying. Like he never says anything, and he's supposed to be like really smart, and I don't really get that feeling from him.
Right.
I think that's pretty. I don't know. In the books, he's pretty clever guy. It's not that stupid, right?
Yep.
I would
Yeah, it's not,
I would have liked if the movies had the the Merlin from Kingsman, the actor who plays Merlin in those. That would be a good reacher, I think.
Sounds like a Punisher with less of an urgency.
Oh
yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, man. Because like he's just a vagabond. He just goes from place to place, hopping on a bus, going over here, checking this out. Yeah.
I think you can't make like a sort of a realistic TV show about it because everything's all the time happening to him. There's no downtime. It's like he lives from point A, goes to point B, and there's again some kind of an issue with someone, and he's probing into it.
Yeah, Mailman, I was going to ask you, like, I've repeatedly been impressed with the writing style of Lee Child. Now, I listened to the books, so it's going to be different than reading it. But I'm just curious, like, what's your impression of Lee Child's writing ability?
I like it. I mean, it's not too boring, but then again, it's not like 100% action all the time. Like there's some character building too.
I think the one thing that I think one of the things that I appreciated was were details of the scenes. I thought that he did a really well job of describing what you would see, and to me, that's what happens in movies. Like even with people who have artistic bents to them, like say Lynch or Kubrick, anybody else, where they spend quite a bit of cinematography on scenes because they're shooting the light just right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Even though I think that it would be a difficult task to make it into a series, I do think that you could possibly have a very, very long running series that would be very artistically well done.
Yeah, because I don't live in the States, and I have no issue picturing like the scene with these books. It's done so easily.
Yeah.
Like all the main streets, and then there's a hotel in the main street with this kind of a sign, and the diner where you go to the corner table and you sit your back against the wall, and it's quite graphic.
Yep.
I have almost all of these books. I think I'm missing 2. Most of them are, though the other maybe half and half for Finnish and English.
The thing about my experience was I got them all from the audio library. So I read them out of order, or I listened to them out of order.
Yeah, me too. I just my co-worker, I don't know, maybe a bit over 10 years ago, just introduced me to it, and then I just read on it. Have you read any Lincoln Child? He has some good books too.
No, I haven't read any of his.
So I've got a thought, guys, following on from the plumb bob thought next to the mountain there, how it pulls it off plumb. Okay, then, so the mass of a mountain can apparently pull a plumb bob off plumb. Now, if we have a lake, for argument's sake, and that day in the middle, it's fairly deep. Okay, then as you work from the center, towards the shore of that lake, it gets shallower and shallower and shallower. So underneath that lake, you got all this mass, all this density underneath it. So then seeing as the rock and all that sort of stuff is denser than the water, why then do we get why don't we get concavity on that water instead of convexity, or the other way around, whichever way it's supposed to be?
We have a concavity with surface tension on the edges.
Yeah, but that's only at the edges. I think the concavity aspect, the concavity aspect, I think would have to be symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what about the meniscus of salt water? Is a lot more concave than plain water.
Yeah, but when you're talking about meniscus, you're talking something over a small distance. I'm talking about a lake here.
Can you say it again? I don't know that I picked up the very last part of it. What was your point about the concavity?
Me? Who, realm or?
Surely the volume of water that you're dealing with, if it's high density in salt, you know, would it change the actual shape of water in general? Because the meniscus kind of saying that maybe. There's a lot of land masses between land masses and the meniscus between the land masses, etc., etc.
I was asking Bandsaw.
I was saying, we're told in a lake, right, that the lake, the surface, right, curves, all right, because of gravity, all right. Now, a plumb bob can be pulled off plumb when it's sat next to a mountain, apparently. Okay, then. So if you have a lake and the center of that lake is relatively deep compared to the edges of that lake, why don't we get then the opposite effect? Is that a bit clearer or not really?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't get that. For some reason, it's not clicking for me.
Well, mass attracts mass. All right. So if you have more mass around the edges of that lake, all right, which is attracting the water to it. So instead of getting a concave,
okay,
right, you're going to get a convex shape. Understand what I'm saying?
I think the problem is that the water isn't attached sort of to anything, so it'll just weigh less, basically.
Yeah, but isn't it so malleable that it's just, I mean, you can just do anything with water. It gets displaced so easily.
And apparently a plumb bob can be displaced so easily when it's next to a mountain.
Right.
I guess, well, if you have a plumb bob filled with water, sure, but the water in the lake isn't attached to anything.
So are you saying that if I have a plumb bob, right, that is filled with water and next to the mountain, that it won't then be off plumb? It'll then register plumb.
Oh, it would be off plumb, just like the.
Okay, then. So what's a plumb bob filled with water got to do with a normal regular plumb bob that is pulled off plumb?
Same way they work.
Okay, then.
What about the moisture content of the mountain? Surely, like repelling water with a ruler that's got static on it. If there was an attraction, the water to the item, they've always used lead and everything for some reason.
It was just a thought.
I get you. No, I get you. I get you. It's
think,
interesting.
I think it's like if you have the plumb bob next to the mountain, and it's off plumb, and if you put just throw the plumb bob on the ground, it would just weigh a bit less, but it doesn't move because it still has the down. But the direction would be down because of the mass of the Earth being so much more.
Yes, but water is very easily manipulated, isn't it? It's very easily moved. It's not like a plumb bob laying on the ground, which now has to overcome all that friction to be moved. Right? You're not dealing with that at all. This liquid just moves in all directions very, very easily on its own.
Yeah, but it still has weight. So
of course. Yeah, and so does a plumb bob. Plumb bob has weight too to it, but a plumb bob is pulled off plumb, right? Because it has mass.
No, because it's hanging from something.
No, it's not because it's hanging from something, right? It's hanging. Well, the fact that it's hanging from something removes that friction on the ground, all right? That's all.
Yeah.
That's all it's doing. But it has mass, and the fact that it has mass means that mass is apparently attracted to another mass, being that mountain, which pulls it off plumb. So then, if you go,
it's also still attracted to the ground.
Okay, then. Yeah. It's still attracted to the ground, but it's still attracted sideways as well. Thus my example with the lake, it's going to be attracted, down, but it's also too going to have an attraction sideways as well. As the lake gets shallower and shallower, there is more dense. A more dense object next to it, so one would imagine then that mass is also too attracting that mass to it.
Yeah, but I don't know how you'd see it.
You don't have to see it. You could just calculate it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can quite easily imagine it with this mystical force of gravity, and we're told that this gravity can pull a plumb bob off plumb. Well, now I'm thinking to myself, well, in a lake or a dam or anything where it's deeper in the center and shallower towards the edges, where it's getting denser and denser towards the edges, that this also too should have the same effect.
Right. That's kind of like where I was going before, and then where I said that once you then get closer and closer to the shore, you're changing the mass of the water so that it's not as affected by it. Yeah. At least that's the explanation. But here's another thought that I was having before about the fish bowl or the fish tank with the surface of the water. And if you have a very large fish tank and you're going to say that there's curvature to the surface due to the forces exhibited on the water, is there a hump in that fish tank?
Well, we're told there is. That's what we're told. Well, I've been told that many a time.
Well, yeah, but think about what we were talking about before. Is there a point lower than the middle of the surface?
Apparently there is.
Right. So So the interesting thing is that we don't seem to have a problem describing the fish bowl or the fish tank with convexity as having height and elevation and hump.
But
right?
There is no elevation change.
If there is in that tank, if you have that tank, in that tank, there's a portion of that water that's higher than the others.
Okay.
Absolutely.
How much higher would it be?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant how much higher it would be. There is, apparently.
I don't know. Where did you get your information that there is?
No. Listen. No. Okay, so let me just ask you. This is an honest question. I'm not trying to catch you out.
Yeah.
Do you believe that if we had a very large aquarium and we put water in it, that the forces of gravity would act upon that surface of the water, and that there would be a convex surface?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you then looked at that fish tank sideways, the middle would be convex higher than the edges. That's what a convex surface does. It has an apex, and then it has declination in every direction away from that.
Well, it kind of depends. I mean, if you look at the Earth from space, it's
No. Let's not do that. No. Let's not do that. We're talking about the fish tank.
Sure.
And
how
is
far
the middle?
away would I have to be to see the?
It doesn't matter. Look, dude. This is where you guys get slippery.
But
this
yes,
is where.
you will
Hold on.
see that. Yes, you will see that.
Hold on. My point is that we have a fish tank where you have conceded that it is going to have a convex water surface. It follows from that the edges are going to be lower than the middle. There is going to be elevation.
If you talk about elevation in reference to horizontal, then sure, yeah.
No, I wasn't referring to horizontal. I was referring to the convexity of the surface that you're claiming.
Well, the surface is a surface, and it's curving. But if you want to know the elevation in relation to something, you have to know what are you? What's the relationship?
No, I don't have to know the elevation. No, I don't have to know the difference between the edges of the aquarium and the middle of the water that allegedly has a convex. I don't have to know the measurements. It's all conceptual. Absolutely, the middle is higher than the edges. The edges are lower.
Sure, but I mean, it's kind of weird way to say it.
No, I think this is where we okay, I'm going to totally jump ship for a second. This is where we say you believe that people live upside down, and you go, no, that's a weird way to think about it. Okay, so
sure,
what's happening right now, in my opinion, is the weirdness is you're realizing that that's actually the way it should be, and you can't resolve the tension. That's my opinion.
I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to say that, then sure. Like if you have a car tire, the car tire isn't flush with the wheel because there's elevation change throughout the tire and the rim. They're just changing elevation all the time, so they're not like it's a weird way to talk.
No, you're saying there's no elevation change because you're saying that curve in the fish tank follows the curvature of the Earth, so there is no elevation change whatsoever.
No, but you have to take something. Like, how can you say there's elevation change if you don't compare to something?
Okay, then. So, well, you can see a curve in it, right? You can see a curve in it. Okay.
Yeah.
Boom. Problem solved.
Yeah. So there's elevation change if you compare it to a straight thing.
Yes.
But if you compare that to something that is curved, there is no elevation change.
In this case, they already said they compared this to between the edges. So they draw a straight line between the edges and use that as a reference. And they say anything deviating from that straight line is elevation change. So
yeah, that's what I tried to say to Travis, but he said, no, I'm not making any horizontals or anything. I'm not doing that.
If the world was dry and it had no water in it, the elevation would change, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So the average sea depth is 2.3 miles, and the average elevation is half a mile.
What?
So if you were to measure the seafloor bed and say those are the measurements that we use, and this is the dimensions that we've got, where in fact they just measured from edge to edge. Because if everything's a basin, apart from land, then naturally they've measured the concavity, but they haven't done that. They just measured from edge to edge. No, they've measured from, I don't know. Did they measure the sea floor? Did they measure by wave? They would have done it by sea floor, wouldn't they? Any logical thing would be like a blade or something like that, a rotary blade that drags along the sea floor, and like a meter roller, walker wheel type of thing, meter stick, things like that. Did they measure the sea floor? And then those are what they use, making the world look bigger, where in fact it's about a ninth smaller.
I didn't fully follow that, to be honest.
But I think if you want to know the elevation of something, you need to reference it to something, I think.
Yeah. And yes, if you have a really long water tank and you mesh and you take a straight line from edge to edge, you'll have a slight curve in the middle. However, there are some places that are gravitationally very flat. So it also depends a little bit where you take it.
So where on earth do I get my flat fish tank?
I think there was a place in America which was very flat gravitationally.
So I'll get a perfectly flat horizontal.
They are
fish
very
tank.
flat, but most places it's not.
Okay. Have they tested this with fish tanks?
Yes.
They have tested it with fish tanks.
No, sorry,
Damn.
not with fish tank. Not with fish tank. They don't do the fish tank test, no. They left it for you experts to use the proper tools.
It's interesting, the water, like in the Panama Canal, how the other side is higher than the other one, the sea.
Really? Is it really?
Yep. Because of
the water in the Panama Canal, it's higher. I never heard that one.
40
I think
centimeters.
Yeah, was it the Atlantic side that was higher? I think.
So from one bank to the other bank, it's higher by 14 centimeters.
You know,
Or from one end to the other.
No, the other ocean is higher.
I think it was like 4-0 and not 1-4.
It's 40. I think it's 40 centimeters. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's due to like temperature, salinity, and that kind of shit.
Possibly. Don't know. I've never heard that, but that is interesting.
Also, the left and the east and west coast of America are different as well.
Yep.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So these are these average mean sea levels we're comparing it against, yeah?
I don't know how they measure. I think the one that they made in Panama was made with just survey going across.
Okay.
When they built it. But I think nowadays people just use GPS, but that's all a hoax. So.
Well, it seems to get me from point A to point B.
Yeah, true.
So I wouldn't say all of it. I wouldn't say all of it is a hoax.
Yeah, I mean that would be weird. Yeah, there's nothing. The GPS just doesn't exist. It's like, well, you can flip it open and drive to work.
You know, what's like at Papua New Guinea? Is it two different countries, or is there a history behind why there's an obvious split on colours and stuff?
Isn't it a single country?
Yeah, but when you look at maps, you see that there's always a split in the middle. Now, my theory is that the old international date line was Papua New Guinea, and then it goes down through the right-hand side of Australia, because magnetic declination starts roughly about mid-Australia to the right of Australia, and then it gets to about 26 degrees off at the north of New Zealand. It was quite, yeah, I was just thinking, is there a history behind Papua New Guinea? Because the word Guinea gets repeated in Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone. You've got French Guyana, which could have been French Guinea. Some type of more physical landmark. I don't know. And then cross-referencing with an international date line that went through half of Papua New Guinea and the right-hand side of Australia.
Hmm.
Does it ring a bell? Anything like that?
No,
That's
no, I can't say that.
territorial back in the day. Western Australia, Eastern Australia. Were there any divides that Western Australia was actually 3/4 of Australia, and then the rest would have been the Eastern Hemisphere, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The demarcation line.
It's funny you should mention that, realm, because I've just put it in Google, and actually I actually thought Papua New Guinea, the whole of that island was all Papua New Guinea, but it's definitely divided down the middle, isn't it?
Yeah. There's something to do with the natural axis of the Earth. It's like the natural ideal line. All these different things, and it's almost like the measurements made a sphere, but actually its actual shape was different. I don't know, and using an arbitrary sort of grid system that is connected to the celestials, it's arbitrary. It's not physical. And if you use the physical magnetics of Earth, you would have the magnetic equator, which aligns with French Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and Papua New Guinea. It's all like 10 degrees north, and it's the angles is whatever, and the average declination of the moon is 10 degrees north, 28 in the north, and then 18 in the south, and then it averages out about 10 north. Our timekeeper.
Interesting.
The result of the maps that I make show that the original demarcation line of French Guinea was 35 west, was 35 west. And I reckon that is the physical prime meridian there. Never moved. We've moved stuff because this didn't add up. That didn't add up. The measurements they'd done, observing the North Star from Lapland and Peru, and we know the experiments they did, all those expeditions, but the results they got, they ended up moving the meridian 2 degrees west to London when it was at the Paris meridian. So the Parisians still kept their prime meridian for a few more years, and then everyone sort of just following suit. Imperial system be the metric, be the Chinese marker system. You know what I mean? The original one. The triads. You know what I mean? 3 becomes 6, 6 becomes 12. That's pi, isn't it?
Yeah.
That pi, you can't get 6 equilateral triangles in a circle. Really, really, really think about it and think how you would do it. You make your radius, your compass, make a circle, make your 6 chord points, interlinking points using your compass. The sixth dot will never match up with the first, or the 0.
I had to step away after I brought up that last point that I made, but did you hear it, Bandy? It just seems to me like they can hear the logic, they can hear it, and like they know that's what makes sense, but they're like, but that's it just can't be that. It just can't be that.
They've got to bring it back. They've got to bring it back to the model, don't they? They've always got to bring it back. Yeah, but no, it's not elevation change. It's all horizontal and level and curved all at the same time. Just got to keep on reaffirming in their own mind and go against natural a natural logical train of thought.
So here's another thought that I had along those same lines. So as far as I know, and if anybody's here who can correct me, the reference to the oceans being level is the center of the earth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So as soon as you go out of the water and stand on ground, what's level then?
Mm.
What's the reference to level then?
Well, the reference apparently is mean sea level. Sorry, Realm, go. I jumped all over the top of you, buddy.
No, mate, I'm fucking, I'm glad to be here, mate. If the sea depth is 2.3 miles and the elevation is half a mile, then 1.8 negative would be the physical without water elevation. Does water absorb whatever so that we think that we're actually elevated above water, but we're not?
I don't know what you're saying.
No.
Of course I don't, man. Of course I don't. I'm a fucking stupid sapper, bro. Like I haven't got a fucking clue.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm like, my nose is wrinkling and I'm like my head's cocking to the side. I'm like, what is he saying? Like I don't get it.
I think Realm's saying that level is actually us all being underwater. I think that's what I got from it.
Yeah, but like, how do you? Is the elevation based off the top? If you're, I think maybe it's obvious to me, but if you've got something like a drone or something hovering above water, you know, when you go over a big fucking sea, what's your elevation? Are the radio waves bouncing off the surface of the water, or are they bouncing off the fucking the seabed? Do you get me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You go into an area that's fucking 12 miles fucking deep, you're in fucking quicksand, bro. You have no fucking idea where the fuck you are elevation wise.
Yeah. Okay.
I fucking grew up on a farm, you know, fucking shit like that. But I had a professional education, you know. So I've kind of come from a rustic background, you know. We used to hang around with the fucking indigenous people. Just like, you know, I get this with Australians and they get me, you know. It's kind of fucking borders and, you know, just fucking being, you know, just fucking lacquer. That's all I can say, man. It's just like I see the world in fucking logic, you know, math, geometry, all the shit that the disciplines that they fucking taught back in the day in education. You had to do the 4 most important fucking disciplines before you could do anything else. And it's yeah, man.
I don't think you see it too logically, Realm, when your realm is a rugby ball.
Yeah, but like if there's less area in the Pacific, because no one actually crossed the equator like east to west as you think, you know. So if that was smaller and it turned out it was fucking different, it's like, fuck, what do we do now? We fucking promised them a fucking ball, but it's skinnier. So what fucking shape it's gonna be, and then whether it's deflated or inflated or fucking whatever it's gonna be, it can be any fucking shape, you know. But the thing is, if everyone's saying, I see the North Pole.
I'm just taking the piss, Realm. I'm just taking the piss out of you at the end of the day.
That's it, man. I'm happy to be here, guys, you know.
Yeah. That's good.
I think J.R.R. Tolkien and all our novelists of the past, were they republications of stories before, you know, and living the dream, but sort of more metaphoric, so it wasn't obvious. You know, it's sort of turning the alchemist of Shakespeare into a poet, and you know, this character type of thing. But it was all like probably a metaphoric form of mathematics and alchemy and chemistry, all the knowledge of how to make gold, all the knowledge of how diamonds are made and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is the fucking, you could say the Jews, they fucking knew this, man. The alchemy, bro. And they were like, fuck, we have to fucking yeah, man. I think they just destroyed those fucking things so that we could work for our money, not just fucking everyone know how to make gold and there's no value in the world. And you just think,
Yeah, that would be really interesting to be able to rewind time to see where this whole thing took a turn.
Wouldn't it?
I think if life was like Groundhog Day, but it's like Groundhog Century or whatever, and it's like we have to think that we've been through these cycles so many times.
Oh man, that would be amazing. I know exactly where I would start over.
Yeah, but if where we're at the moment is the best, is the furthest we ever got in the game, because we always got killed, by the fucking nature of the earth, the climate changes and all that shit, and we got so far before.
Yeah.
But we still looked a bit rustic and a bit Star Wars-ish, you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like, the earth got fucking burnt to a fucking crisp. The water dried up, the exact opposite, and fucking everyone went underground, like Demolition Man. And then fucking,
I've kind of had similar sort of thoughts, Realm. It's we once had many technology and stuff and many abilities, but we kind of used all that to wipe ourselves out, and now we're living in a Mad Max realm, in the midst of just nothingness and having to start again all the time. So it's going in these cycles over and over and over again, continually. We get to a certain point where we pretty much get too big for our boots, right? And people being people, wanting power and whatnot, we destroy each other, wipe everything out, everything is lost, and now we start from the ground up again, possibly.
Yeah, Waterworld. That's another good movie. The exact opposites,
Yeah, exactly. And maybe there is some truth to these movies, Waterworld, Mad Max, and whatnot. Maybe there is an element of truth that we did get to a point where we pretty much wiped ourselves out, and there was just the few left that had to start again.
Hey, listen, think about Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Yes, mate. Did anyone, the end of the modern movie, 2001 or something? At the end of the movie, they fucking scratch away the dust and they go, you can see that they've been saying the wrong word all this time. It was some anyone remember that? Mark Wahlberg? They were saying Caesar, because that's the word they saw in the spaceship. And then at the end of the movie, they rub away the rest of the dust or something like that, and it reveals a longer word or something.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. What was the word?
Bro, wasn't it CMOS? Was the CMOS?
Yeah, but something like that, because they were saying Caesar or something like that. They've been saying it wrong all this time. But yeah, I totally connect with that movie.
I was actually referring to the very first one with Moses. With what's his name? Not Burt Lancaster, the other guy.
Yeah,
Charles Heston. Yeah, I was referring to that first one, but that's like a reset. That movie's about a whole reset as well. Yeah, I think, you know what, man, this whole thing, if I could tell my 20-year-old self what I would think when I was 50, man, he would just shit his pants. But but when we take a look at all of these movies that we watch, and I don't think all of them do it, I think just enough of them do. There's enough of them where I think that they're showing us exactly what's going on, where we've been, where we, like the whole Star Wars thing was that the past was much more developed, much more technologically advanced.
Mm-hmm.
And then, when you get to A New Hope and 4, 5, and 6, it's like things aren't as spectacular as they were even, 30, 40 years before that. Like there was a huge downgrade.
Yeah, like migration goes westwards or eastwards? It goes westwards, doesn't it? Like they talk about the human migration patterns.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like westward. So you can imagine like everyone fucking like on the game of Risk, you know, everyone's fucking moving onwards type of thing. So the fucking Americans were the Asians, and the Asians moved westwards because of like change of climate and stuff like that. And every time the reset happens, everyone fucking jumps to the next, you know, like musical chairs type of thing, because like one moves on to the other and then forces them westwards type of thing, colonization and shit like that. And then all you're doing is just like fucking hopscotch and stuff like that, you know. It's that's the way I see it, because just naturally, like at the moment, like UK wise, man, it's fucking it's getting warmer and warmer every single year. And like snow, yeah, man, 40, 60 years ago, it used to be up to their knees, mate. You'd be lucky if you get a fucking snowman, and that's it. But also the opposite effect, you wouldn't really notice it, because we're at 51 north, and in Australia, you're not at 51 south. So maybe something more similar comparison to Australia and Western Europe or something, and kind of seeing how their weather's changing. Iran, for example, end of January, heavy snowfall, fucking hell. More snow than I've ever seen in the UK, I reckon. So I wonder if Australia's experiencing anything a bit weird.
I think our summers don't seem to be quite as warm as what they were. You know, I remember growing up as a kid, or the part of, you know, Australia that I grew up in Kerrang, or near there. You know, we would have so many days in you know the low 40s. You know, very very rarely, you know, do they reach those temperatures now. It was a very dry heat, but occasionally they do. But you know, I often remember days sweltering, just you know, it would suck the air from your lungs almost. It was hard to breathe. It was that hot. And you know, that was a common occurrence in the summers. You know, especially in the, you know, mid to early February, you know, which was the hottest time of the year. But they don't seem to get to those temperatures now, and now even around Melbourne and whatnot, the you know, I think it's more constant. You know, Melbourne used to be known as, you know, you wake up in the morning and, you know, or basically in a day you get 4 seasons in a day. It seems to be a lot more consistent now, not the extremes.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
You know what? I've never heard anything besides the Crowded House song that mentions 4 seasons in one day. That's really funny, because now I have that song in my head.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only other place I've ever heard that phrase. That's really funny.
Yeah. And I think that's I don't know if you could find out the history of that song. I would almost bet that that's where it came from, because Melbourne was known for that 4 seasons in one day. And, you know, Crowded House, Split Ends, they were huge in Australia. You know, they did many a tour here. Spent a lot of time in Australia.
Hey, now. Tell me more.
I'm always fascinated by the sun rising southeast of Australia. Australia isn't that far south. It's almost like Australia is slightly tilted to the left. So when the sun rises southeast, it appears to set southwest, but someone said on here that right after it sets, you can see the sunlight moving north. It's almost like Australia is slightly tilted to the left. And the magnetic declination would probably coincide with the perception of where you think all your orientation is. And you might be slightly off.
I mean, how do you get it across to someone that making an observation at any extended distance is gonna have refraction affect the apparent size of the target that you're looking at? I just don't, like Sean G is he just loves to talk about how he has done geodesic surveying of 60 miles. And I'm like, man, is it even worth talking to you about this? Because you actually think that object 60 miles away isn't refracted? And you actually think that you can scale that? To me, that I don't even get that. I don't get that.
Well, Harry was trying to tell me today, Travis, that if I was in Perth looking across to, I don't know, wherever, New York for argument's sake, and there was a bright enough light on a flat Earth, I should be able to see that light. All right, through all that atmosphere, I should be able to see that light. Right? And I just shook my head. I said, so that light is going to be able to overcome all that atmosphere that it has to travel through before it gets to you. So you really think, well, if it was bright enough. I go, well, I said, to me, the atmosphere, Harry, is like a cloud. I said, you've woken up on those really cloudy days where there's nothing but cloud in the sky. And, unless you've, got a watch, you really got no idea where the sun is because you can't see it. You can see, you can see that it's daytime, but you've got no idea where the sun is. You can only guesstimate where the sun is because the cloud is blocking, exactly where it is. I said, a cloud is just like the atmosphere, and that's what you're looking through. You're looking through this medium, and the more that you look through, right, the more density you're looking through. I said it just compounds on top of it all the time. With every millimeter, it just compounds over and over and over and over again. So you're not going to be able to see anything at all.
Do you think the atmosphere would make the sun appear lower in the sky?
I think the atmosphere can do many amazing things to what we see. Realm. It you only have to look. You only have to look at some of Travis's footage. That he's taken and others have taken. What we look at here on ground level can have some amazingly different and varied effects. So there's no reason to think that anything else would actually have the same sort of effect.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that like the stars and stuff like that, I keep them going back to the sun angle to the Earth. It's more of coming from a southerly direction. It's not like shining on Australia from a northerly direction, if that makes sense. The radiation. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I always keep, and the answer that I came out with was that if our magnetic equator was actually our equator, then naturally the sun and the celestial equator would be 10 degrees south. And then the result of that would be what we see in the sky is actually 10 degrees south of where you, like if my sun in the sky, they say to me it's 25 degrees horizon. I'm facing south in the UK, but in fact it's actually 30 to 5 degrees because when I look in the sky at midday, I see it at about 35 degrees. So I actually think I see it at 45, but I've kind of got less of my factors here. So does that make sense? That I think it's almost like everything that we see in the sky. You're standing at the North Pole, and you're looking up, and you see Polaris. Polaris is actually 10 degrees south of that point. If you were to say, I don't know, what zero latitude or longitude, it's just you've been seeing that. It's almost like things like other things. If you went the next few weeks thinking, looking at the horizon, how many times will you see clouds on the horizon? Like, so, oh no, I see clouds, but can you see the definition of the clouds? Because they just fade into a blur.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Right.
Military, I think that they don't even account for the first 15 degrees of anything. If they're trying to hit a target and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure there's something to do with long distance ship. They do not account for the first 15 degrees. They'll never make a calculation with anything lower than 15 degrees, maybe, is the right thing to say.
And well, we're told on the globe model anyway, without any other effect whatsoever, that the sun isn't where the sun is. Like the sun has moved on 8 minutes because that's how long it takes for the light apparently to reach us. So by the time that light has reached us, it's already moved on 8 minutes or thereabouts. So it's only in an apparent position anyway, even on the globe model.
I believe those extra minutes are before the sun. You see the light morning. And when it sets and the light the image, the light of the sun, circle itself, and then everything after that is all those extra minutes.
Well, look, perhaps so, Realm. I haven't heard that, and I'm only going off memory from what I've told. But anything that we look through we look through, and the atmosphere we are looking through. So it does give some sort of lensing effect anyway. It's naturally going to be in an apparent position anyway. It might not be exactly where it is. But
I'm glad I hope you get me.
Yeah,
sweet, man. It's like I feel like I'm talking a foreign language with a lot of
No.
people. This
Yeah,
is
well,
prime time,
you've only got to look at the sun, sunsets and sunrises. The crazy different effects that the sun can have just there when you are looking through all that atmosphere, right? The sun can take the form of some crazy shapes, mushrooms, hamburgery type shapes. It can just be transformed into all these, and, as it gets lower and lower, and you're looking through that medium, right? That which the further you look through it, it's just getting denser and denser and denser. So everything just gets magnified.
Yeah, you see that if you go on Stellarium, definitely if you put your location at UK and you watch the sunrise, like it would have rose India type of thing. So you're 80 degrees apart. Trying to get saying now. Sorry, lost my train of thought. You've also got a radial sort of reach of sun, which is going to be about 140 degrees north to south and about 160 degrees east to west. It's funny how it covers more east to west than it does north to south. But don't quote me on that, mate. The figures might come out the same, but that was the impression I got. That's why I keep going about, there's something to do with the nauticals, the Huguenots, or anything in history had the word Norts in it. They were the fucking people that were the scouts. They went and fucking set the mark, go and fucking scout out, see what's, because we don't want to go back with the fucking truth. We need to fucking know what we're up against first, the scouts.
Yeah, no, exactly. But,
they come back and they go, oh, well, we've navigated the seas, we crossed the equator, we saw the transit on Venus, we saw this, that, and the other. But their fucking timings back in the day, if you go look on the geocentric model, it'll show you that fucking things like Mercury is 80 days on theirs, but we count it as 88 days now. So there's a change, something changed. We're at a 1/9 difference, 1.1 recurring. If you have to do that, we moved the demarcation line, we moved to the right to catch up with someone else's fucking prime meridian that was catching up. The celestials moved west by 1 degree every since 2 years. Yeah, man. It's like fucking gyroscopes. The movie Contact, or them gyroscopes going off at the same time.
Yeah.
All fucking major planets have their own. Everything has their own. And they're just fucking all doing something in one big fucking cycle. And the best thing is, if you go check the date of when the last planets aligned, it's like 949 AD, and the next one's going to be due in such and such. So how about if the whole fucking cycle is only that long? And they ain't going to fucking tell us. They're going to tell us, no, bro, it's fucking over there. But if I look up at the sun, and it's directly above me, non-shadow day, it's directly above me, there's no shadow on the object, and I stand back a bit, and I'm looking up at the sun. Lost my train of thought again. Fuck.
No, you're...
I had it. Oh, shit, man. Yeah, man. Just something. The nauticals came back and said, this is a nautical mile. Fucking take it or leave it. And they go, oh, no. You can't swim, mate, so you can fuck off, yeah? I'm the nautical. You're the fucking statue, yeah? So fuck off. So take it, fucking leave it. And then they go and fucking use the information, and they fucking, their declination's off. They don't know what declination is. It's all fucking hocus pocus, man. You need the nobody ventured the seas because they were gonna fucking die. You know, this fucking our compass says this and our maps say this, and we're like, shit. You know, and the fucking royals, they know what's they've got the best explanations, and the locals they've had to write novels, The Secrets of the Seas, 1500s by such and such, Tom Fletcher, I don't fucking know. And that was the counteract, because if you weren't educated, you have to fucking go by what's fucking lying around, you know. And the poor people, man, they were just fucking clever, man. They were fucking built. The poor people were fucking probably like the people in India and Africa when they go through fucking rubbish dumps and they sort through and they stop making fucking robots and shit like that, you know? It's like the natural intuition against the education, the dictation, you know? The dictatorship. This is all dictio. Dictio is the rule, yeah? When we tell you the dictionary, it's dictated to you, it's the rule. You know, you look at the fucking origin of fucking words, man. Just fucking use your own fucking sense, you know. Make your own story up, just like they fucking did. You know, the best one wins the prize, bro. So
you got to start using common sense at some particular point, don't you, to try and work things out.
Yeah,
and
disintegrate the centennial system. It has to make fucking sense. Don't tell me you want 99.9%, bro. I want fucking 100. That's why gold and silver and fucking bronze and all that shit is out of 999. Because you can't, the maths don't work after 1,000. Believe me, when you start squaring numbers and square rooting numbers, the patterns do not repeat. It goes totally out of sync. So we do not go past that 1,000. And then fucking decimal points come along. You know, it's like, it's the square root of 2 and the square root of 3. Why would the fucking mathematicians 2,000 years ago give a shit? They know that 1 times 1 and 2 times 2 and 3 times 3 is this. Those are the fucking numbers we use to drive fucking numbers, you know? And the fucking mathematicians come in with their fucking shit and stuff like that, and it's fucking hocus pocus, isn't it? It's arbitrary. It's on paper.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's all above my pay grade, all that sort of stuff, Realm. It's all above my pay grade. And
oh man, but you fucking live for this shit, man, you know? You live for the story, you know? J.R.R. Tolkien, man, Bloemfontein, Kimberley, Orange Free State. He was living there for a long time. He wrote a few books there. He must have, you know, he must have almost come across the literature of South Africa that nobody else would have read, because no one could fucking read. Like you or someone else was talking about this education. It's a recent thing, bro. Like UK, they didn't actually have a structured, formal, universal, linear education
not at all.
until the 80s.
Not at all. It was only the elite, the rich and whatnot that had the access to getting educated in reading and writing. And the average Joe Blow didn't at all. They didn't have access to it. They didn't have the means, and it's only in very recent history where the schooling system has been put in place that, you know, everyone now, you know, or pretty much everyone has the opportunity to learn how to read and write. But once upon a time, it was only the elite or the people in the different religions, you know, generally had access to this sort of knowledge or ability, whatever you want to call it. And these people were held in awe. You know, these were the leaders of our societies. You know, it's no wonder that, you know, things that were either written or taught have a certain either bias to them or a certain meaning to them to evoke a certain feeling or to direct people in a certain direction. And that's what they counted on. You know, and they do it. They do very, very similar things today with the idiot box. Whether it was back in the day, the printing press got the message out to the masses, and then we moved to the radio, and then TV.
Yes, mate.
Yeah.
I live in the original fucking printing town of the world.
Yep.
And my grandfather was the owner of the Sun Print, 1900 to about 1948. I only found out when the adoption records were released in 2013. There was fucking billions at stake back in those days. Fucking my dad was a fucking part of it. No, but I'm only speculating. I don't have any hard proof. It was big numbers involved in it.
And I think that if you had said a couple of years ago, Realm, that we would have turned the world on its head, the way we're living what we're living through at the moment. If you had said that 5 years ago, people would have said you're absolutely insane. Not a chance would the world be turned upside down on its head. Right? But then also too, these people that wanted to get out a certain message had the perfect tool, being the dumb device, I call them. Everyone's got a dumb device in their hand, and the way they've been able to get this message of I call propaganda out so easily to the masses, and be able to sway people's thinking into fear and panic overnight. Like these powers to be now have another tool that they can use to reach the end goal that they actually want. It's quite fascinating to see the way things can change so quickly. Once upon a time, change was very, very slow, but now it's almost instantaneously. You can see the change instantaneously in society itself.
Imagine the printing press. They figured that out, back in the days of France. That movie with French, Catch Me If You Can.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Another link. Tom Cruise is probably, he's probably like a good Mason or something like that. He's always trying to he's trying to tell you as the viewer through acting something else, but you don't quite see it. Anyway, but the point is that to be able to print money on a mass scale, the only thing they could figure out and put together that wouldn't fall apart and last a long time without tarnishing would be things like gold and whatever. Silver, people got green fucking necks and shit like that from bad silver, and gangrene and shit like that, piercing every motherfucking. They had fuck all else to do, man. They're all fucking pissed up on cocaine and shit.
Yeah.
There's the northern monkeys and the southern fairies. It's not the other way around. It's the fucking play on words, man. And yeah, fuck, I lost my train of thought again.
You're right, man. You're right.
Yeah, man. It's so close. But you know what? Going back to the printing coins. Okay, so the first guy is the publisher. Hey, Brew. Look, man, we'll come together and come out with a way that we can have fucking use metals that are pretty sort of malleable at a certain temperature, and we'll be able to use a printing press. It won't melt the fucking heads. Let's get to this. Right, we've got something. It's cheap to use, but they're always getting fucking reactions to the skin and stuff like that. Aluminium, you get fucking your skin will start peeling off your fucking hand. Believe me, I know what happens when you deal with sodium, like salt and aluminium. Fucking other things like bricks, bro. Like fucking, like 1 part sand, 1 part aluminium, like aluminium, but without the M at the end. And it's like 2 kilo of aluminium makes 1 kilo of aluminium. And so if and the ratios, like it's fucking descriptions I've seen, there's quite a bit of this. It's called biz rate or something like that. There's a bauxite, maybe, I think it might have been. And it was kind of...
Yeah, it's coming from bauxite, and they have a pre-processing to get the alumina from that, which is oxidized aluminium, Al2, oxygen 3.
So, like, the quantity of this in our actual houses and all our buildings, I'm like thinking to myself, fuck, man, You know, there's fucking conductive shit in there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, surely if you're gonna make a house, surely you ain't gonna fucking make it conductive, are you? You know, they're replacing fucking the electric in the houses now with aluminium now, because the copper, you know, it's got a fucking heat factor melting point that's too low, or I don't fucking know, but something to do with that. You know,
You
so
mean
the
why they
electrical,
use aluminum instead of copper for wiring and
yeah,
stuff?
yeah, I think the upgrades are going that way. I believe. You know, I believe.
There is a reason why they do that. It's because if you have thin wires, you can actually work with copper, but copper has a better electrical, like lower electrical resistance, so you can transfer more electricity per square inch of cable. But aluminum is 10 times less. It's more flexible, so you can actually bend aluminum. It's impossible to bend. It's almost impossible to bend thick copper.
Yeah, so they would have to use an alloy there, wouldn't they? So it's not. It's never going to be 100% aluminium job.
They use 100% aluminum for cables, actually.
Okay,
But
that's cool.
it's also oxidizing, so you have to. You can't just have a aluminium cable just freely in the socket. It's going to oxidize. So you use aluminum, for example, on the thicker cable coming into your house. But when you strip it, you have to rub it in with grease or something to get so it doesn't come into contact with oxygen, because that's gonna, if it does, that's gonna corrode. Yeah, it's gonna corrode, and it's gonna. That is not oxidized aluminum is alumina again, which is basically the same thing you removed.
Yeah. So basically, what is the bond? There is something bonding that, and when it oxidizes, naturally evaporating oxygen.
No,
You know?
when it oxidizes, it's turning into rust, aluminum rust.
Yes.
And that rust isn't conductive.
Yes, but you know, that's cool, man. Thank you so much, man. Fucking great.
Sorry, I have a very strong background in this because I am an electrician, so I have done this for practice.
Yes,
In addition, I also studied aluminum factories for a year.
Legend, man. You're fucking legend.
Interesting.
Like, you know what? I can fucking make. I'm gonna make my shit up here. I'm not a calculator, but I'm gonna make myself 10,000 fucking volts and 1 amp, and I can do that. But the problem is I can't transfer it. But I can definitely carry it around in a battery, you know. And
careful.
Everybody is scared of electricity, but Tesla proved that it was harmless. Yeah, nothing more than a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But obviously, it was, you know, the story.
Oh, 10,000 volt can actually kill you, though.
Yes, but it won't. Not at a fraction of an amp. We're talking like a 10,000 of an amp. You know,
if you don't have the energy, no. But if you have a large capacitor, so you charge up to 10,000 volt, it could actually maybe kill you.
Yes, but what's the amperage? If you get the amperage, like if you get amperage,
you don't need a lot of amperage then, but it could kill you.
There's no amperage because it's charged. There's no amperage. All you do is release it. There's no extra force needed to amperage it. Yeah. So when you just so the point is that
it's true if the charge will dissipate quickly if there is no energy there. But if you have a capacitor, you actually have quite a lot of energy. But if you have like static charge, is not a lot, and you can have like 1 million voltage, and
as long as it can dissipate rapidly over a massive surface area instead of being halted by something physical or whatever, then it'll dissipate that. Cool. I've got to go now, but thank you so much for your time, mate. You fucking guys are legends, man. See you later.
All right, Realm. Catch you later, Realm.
Yeah.
I'd be careful carrying around that in my pocket.
Have you seen? There is a guy who check out like old guns, and he there is actually somebody who has made a prototype of a what you call it, like a halo gun. It's basically a magnetic charger. So you just give it like metal bullets, and it just it uses magnetic field to fire the bullet.
You mean a coil gun?
Coil gun, yes, coil gun. Is that what it's called? Maybe. I'm gonna look it up.
Yep.
Oh, the rail gun. It's called a rail gun.
Or a rail gun.
Rail gun. There we go.
Yeah, so there is like, it has a bunch of coils along the gun, and it charges. So you just input the amount of energy you want, amount of joule, and then it discharges and fires the bullet. It actually works.
Interesting.
It's the Ghost
That's how
rifle.
the rail guns work, right? They don't use any gunpowder or anything. They shoot it with magnetic field.
Yes, that would be also the same thing.
Is there a noise?
It's just like a poof. Like it's not like a explosion.
Like a
it's just
poof.
like a yeah. It's much more silent.
It's like a very
Sounds
loud.
like a,
It's like a
like
very
a
loud.
unicorn fart.
That's what I was gonna say, Jeremy. You beat me to it.
Yeah, it's not very. I listened to it. It sounded like it's just the. It wasn't. You don't get explosions. So it's not very loud.
It's just a poof.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Like a sad.
I'm gonna find the.
A sad
think
sounding fart.
Fine, yeah. Google the sound of a rail gun. Bet you it comes up. Poof.
Like a potato gun.
Wait, there it is. I'm gonna link it. I watched this video actually yesterday actually.
Okay.
Ghost rifle, portable ghost rifle.
And
It's pronounced Goss.
Goss. Yeah. He made this himself, did he, Funk?
No, it was a company, and they made this is like an alpha, like a prototype, and it's made from like a proper company.
Dude, we got fucking lightsabers, invisible shields, all kinds of cool shit they're going to be coming out in the next 10, 20 years.
I want an invisible shield. Now, that'd
They got an invisible shield and a lightsaber. The invisible shield's dope. It's not really that good, though. Don't think like Harry Potter, like it's a cape you throw on and you're like totally invisible. It's like the best camouflage in the world right now. Very hard to see someone through that shit. You think you gotta be at the right angle and shit. I don't know. Dudes, the ones I've seen, dudes like make them in their garage and basement and shit. So I'm sure if like you put a piece of the military budget into that, you'd have something dope as fuck.
Oh, you can actually buy the GR1 Anvil, the ghost rifle. It cost $3,300. You can put it into your cart and order it home.
I wonder if that's even considered a firearm. It's gotta be.
I'm not sure what rules it applies under.
It's funny that that gun you just linked, Funk, sounds like a Nerf gun, actually.
Yeah, like it doesn't. Yeah, that's why I said like it doesn't really sound pretty loud, but it's functioning. But from the video, it's not very strong. That's the problem they have. Like it's a prototype, so it's not like maybe could kill somebody, but I'm not sure. It's the amount of energy in the bullet is apparently very small. And it doesn't. The bullet doesn't rotate as they have done it now, so that it's generally just like flops on the side or something. So when he fires on the target, like there is no like round hole. It's just like smacks sideways into the bullet, into the target most of the times.
Okay, so it's moving through a magnetic field down like the thing of a traditional gun, which gives it its rotation.
Yeah, like traditionally, the gun
Yeah.
is like pressed through this rifles in the side turret.
Yeah, the
So it makes
rifling
it turn.
of the barrel. Yeah.
And it doesn't have it. It actually the bullet doesn't touch the walls. It's kept completely centered in the chamber. It never touches the walls. So it just like exists.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no friction.
Yeah, no friction.
What did you say about how it hit the target?
He fired when he fired at the target. It since it doesn't spin, it doesn't have any like stability to it. So the bullet tend to just flail around and just like smack sideways or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't like go
That'll
straight.
rip a hole.
Yeah. You're gonna get like a huge bruise instead of a hole, maybe. I don't know.
What's the range?
I don't know.
I think he was shooting from about 25 yards. Sorry, Jeremy. Go, man.
I was gonna say there's some bullets that are designed like that to flail around like that, so it does like a massively more amount of damage.
Yeah.
Like one of the rounds I saw was dope. It was actually connected. It was like two balls. Like I think it was a shotgun round. They might make smaller rounds for it, but it was two balls connected by a wire. They call it's a bolo round. So like when it shoots out, the string's attached to the two balls.
Yeah.
How long is the tether?
I don't know.
That'll mess you
Even
up.
an inch, that makes your bullet so big. That's huge. Even like a half inch or something would be crazy. Yeah. The longer the crazier it'd be. Yeah.
But it's literally the first Gauss rifle ever, which you can buy. Like a production Gauss rifle, not like homemade. That's pretty sick.
I'm pretty sure I could get something to move near perpetually with magnets if I had an architect and an engineer and somebody to actually build it.
It's been a while since you've talked about this.
It scares the Globers. They can't handle it.
Are you talking about the V-gate thing?
Yeah, the V-gate.
Yeah, I asked you some questions regarding that.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of interesting, and I'm not sure like how it's like yeah, I'm pretty interested in it. Would be interesting in doing it.
Yeah, it's just tough to build it because you got to have all your V's right. You got to have all your angles and shit right. Like you're gonna need dude with compasses and protractors and shit. Somebody that knows about somebody that specializes in magnetic fields. Well, I don't know. I mean, the guys in their basement got it to do it, so I can't be that fucking,
I don't think it's that hard to make. It's like it's just like a
all you need to do is make a prototype. It's not even like you need to do something that's super efficient off the jump. You just need to show that it works. I mean, the guys on YouTube have showed that it works. We can move something uphill with a magnet. And they got it out of the gate up top going uphill. Problems with that. You could just have it going back downhill and then take it out of the gate. That's fucking easy getting it out of the gate. Like they had to do a special reverse V up top to get it to make it pull it out the gate. But it's like if you had this thing going uphill and then downhill, you wouldn't even need to do any. It would fall out of the gate. It would want, you'd have it going at a complete vertical. It would want to come out of the gate.
Yeah. The thing I have is I think maybe there is loss of energy in the the permanent magnets. So you're draining energy from the permanent magnet.
You're saying the magnet's going to wear out?
Yeah, not from just sitting there, but actually from the usage. Because you're like
constant. They would basically be in constant use. Like every 2 seconds, something would be. You wouldn't want just one thing floating around this track. You'd want to put as many things as possible in there floating around the track. So it'd be basically like a train. I mean, I guess you could have them all connected. I don't know. You're definitely going to want just more than one little thing in there going around the track.
Yeah.
Because the track's going to be huge. This is like a house. This is like interior, exterior of your house size thing. So.
But the principle is actually similar to a DC engine. Because on a DC engine, if you don't initially give it the speed, a little bit of speed, it needs to have enough energy to go past a certain point, so the polarization switch, and then it's going to be pulling again. And then that speed it gains, that speed needs to be strong enough so that it passes through a certain point, so the polarization switch again, and so forth. So it's like using its momentum to go past a certain point. It's kind of similar with the
It's not
V-gate.
going up and down the same track. It's not going up and down the same track nonstop. This is multiple. You'd have multiple tracks put together, so that when it fell out of one track, down, then it starts to go. It would be going into a whole new track. And as far as putting energy into it, you just drop it. If you can get the track to go higher than you need to drop it to get it into the next track, that's it. You did it. This shit'll go forever.
Not if you discharge the magnet a little bit.
If the magnets wear out. Yeah, if the magnets wear out. Well, how long does it take for a magnet to wear out?
Depends
I've heard
on the
hundreds
usage.
of years. Yeah, I've heard hundreds of years.
Depends on the usage.
Yeah. Well, let's say we're using it nonstop. Then what? Now how long?
Less.
How much less? 99 years? All right.
I don't know.
I mean, what?
Depends.
Nobody has a number.
It depends, and it doesn't have to wear all the way out. It only needs to wear out enough so that it doesn't go through the V-gate.
Yeah, we need some numbers on how quick it takes a magnet to wear out with constant use or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I understand the concept, but I think it's probably some energy lost somewhere along the line, which you don't get back again. And when you do that, it's eventually gonna stop. Here is a simpler example, Jeremy. Just using a wheel as a V-gate. And then if it's got enough energy to bypass the gate, and it will continue forever, then you have your perpetual machine.
Y'all been talked about that before.
I mean, I hear that a lot. The magnets wear out over time. All right, how fast? That definitely matters. If it takes as much energy as you get out as it costs to make the magnets, and it's not really worth it.
Wasn't it that there's always friction, Jeremy? I know you've seen that exact one he's posted.
Yeah, the friction is not an issue, though. You could overcome that over time. This could even be done on, a very frictionless surface or something. Not frictionless, but with little friction. You might even be able to get it to levitate magnetically on one side and then use the V's on the other side. I don't know. You got quantum locking. There's options. I don't know if quantum locking is even feasible, but
That shit right there. That's some amazing shit.
Yes.
you know what I'm saying? The thing would have to move. You'd have to be able to pull more energy out of it than it costs to make all the magnets combined. At least.
Oh.
Like a lot more, it's not even worth it, because then you got to ship the magnets, you got to build the thing to put the magnets in. Like, it's a whole ordeal. I mean, it would. However, if it went 100, if say it cost the same amount of electricity you got out to make the magnets, that would even still be good, because then you could just basically buy your electricity it'd be like prepaid electricity essentially. Like, say the thing went 100 years, and you were like, "Yo, I want to have enough electricity for my whole life." Boom, you just buy that thing, and it's all your electricity. That shit'll keep it moving. So. Like, if you were like, "Yo, I could buy this thing for $10,000 right now and never have another electric bill for the rest of my life," it'd definitely be worth it.
Oh wow, $10,000. This is expensive.
I mean, I don't know. It might be 20. Electric bills are fucking. Well, I don't know what your electric bill is. Our shit's like $200-$300 a month sometimes.
That's
You
even
know how
more
many cell phones I
expensive.
got plugged in over here?
sorts of prices that only take 7 to 10 years to pay itself off, then you don't have an electric bill ever.
With the solar panel?
Oh, with anything, if
yeah.
the
Solar panels are dope too. I mean, that's pretty much the same thing. Like if you were to spend like, I don't know, 20, 30 grand in solar panels, like you'd be probably straight for a majority of your life. Because even after 25 years, you're still getting electricity off them.
Yeah.
So like maybe you might have to spend another 5 grand in 30 years or 20 years or something, to get a few more panels. It's not really a big deal. But yeah, that's pretty much free electricity for your whole life right there, the panels.
Our next investment is going to be a battery pack.
Wind turbine bandsaw. Wind turbine.
The downside, though. Oh,
sorry, Chris.
The downside for solar or wind and stuff is that the fire department will have to do extra procedures. They won't want to just hose down a house because normally what they do if a house is on fire, they cut that house off the grid and they can then start spraying it. But if you've got this geothermal or windmill or solar, they got to do so it can cost extra for insurance.
Well, geothermal is just a hole in the ground and then you blow the air up or you pump water through it, right?
Yeah, and that heat then spins like a turbine or something like that. But the key is that it's still hooked up to electricity when the fire department's ready to hose the house down.
It doesn't cost us any extra in insurance because we have solar panels. None at all.
I know, that's the way it should
they don't
be.
even have, there's no rules down there. He's in Australia, so.
Yeah. That's the way it should be. But here, because of the lobby, all the, the oil and gas lobby, they passed these first responder laws to make it even harder for them to respond.
Lobbying here, they kill us with the lobbyers.
Yeah, the lobbyists purposely knew that these technologies could replace oil and gas. So what did they do to make them more expensive? So they can't. They just economically can't. They lobby.
I wouldn't be surprised if Big Oil actually owned a lot of battery companies, a lot of solar, a lot of these companies making headway, progress in technology. I wouldn't be surprised if they were just sat on it. Because if you're a big oil company and you own a Duracell, but you also own, you sell $1 trillion worth of oil a year. If you fucking have some crazy battery that's gonna absolutely, you own the research department at Duracell, they invent some crazy battery that's the size of a AA that can power a car for fucking 4 days, right? Nonstop driving. They're not going to put that out because they're going to be like, yo, I'm going to lose $1 trillion worth of oil. And, how many of these batteries am I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't put it out there. They might hold it in their back pocket for if they needed it down the road. Yeah, that is something you could do good on probably, but not as good as trillions of dollars worth of oil every year.
I think they keep it all under wraps, Jeremy. And when they work out how they can profit off it, that's when it comes out.
Or how it can't destroy their other profit. Like you don't want it to destroy your. If you're like, well, I can go into this risky new business and make $500 million a year, great, but I'm already making $3 trillion a year off oil, so I'm not going to put that in jeopardy because you're not going to sell any more of the oil after that battery comes out. So that's done.
No.
You might sell a little bit. We still need oil, but nothing anywhere is near. Most of it goes to cars and shit that you could just use the battery for. Like the battery could go in planes and shit.
Yeah,
so it's a AA,
Yeah.
Yeah, they fucked us. Battery technology hasn't. We should be way ahead with battery technology and solar. I think solar too, because solar. Regular batteries are good. It's the solar industry that is improving on batteries. Regular batteries, you got that.
Yeah.
Solar's just different. It's not the same build of a battery, right? And
The idea of solar is they want it to hold way more than a battery would. So solar technology.
Solar doesn't store the.
Solar doesn't,
Store it.
but a solar battery does.
The fuck is a solar battery?
It's a battery that holds the energy contained or produced by the solar panels. So
Okay, so it's a solar panel connected to a battery. Ooh.
okay, but that's the difference. If you do this, and I've done this, you do this with like say the batteries that come in electric golf carts.
Yeah.
Those are good ones to use. You can use a regular battery, but the problem is the trickle charge that it puts into that battery, and then what's discharged out of that battery can't keep up. So what happens is you end up wearing regular batteries out very quickly. Solar batteries will be under the guise that you'll be able to trickle charge these. You'll be able to store a lot more energy, and you'll be able to use them and it not kill the battery so much. That's the technology that they're trying to advance with solar batteries. Solar batteries are the final link to making solar power work excellently.
No, the key to making solar power work. Yes, we do need good batteries. I agree, but you need to have solar paint. Like everything should be painted. That should be like the only paint we're laying out at this point. It should be solar paint.
Solar
right?
paint,
If you
exactly.
paint a room, if you paint a room with a window in it, facing window, and you're in the north, like the back of that wall should be the solar paint wall because that shit's getting hit with.
So two things with this. So one, they thought about this. The problem with that is that it would actually absorb more UV rays, hence global warming. I know it's some of you may not believe it, but anyway, the cost to do that right now would be pointless because again, what's happening is it only can use so much of that per hour. So when we put on solar panels on the house, we're not taking it off the grid. We're just helping the grid a little bit. So the more panel you put more panels now, it's not going to do much.
We could have the whole world powered or America at least, with a little tiny corner of Utah. If we just solar paneled one corner of Utah, little teeny tiny corner.
They even limit how much you can actually put back into the grid, because the lines are only rated to whatever they're rated at. So as soon as you get to that limit, it flicks a breaker switch, and it stops putting it into the grid.
You probably got a heat dump. You do have a place where if it produces more electricity, it turns into heat and just lets it go like into the air somewhere. A heat sink, or is it a heat dump?
No, I think it just stops it all together. There's like a breaker switch, so it just stops it all together. So the panels are still producing, but the energy it's producing just goes nowhere. It just cuts the circuit off altogether.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Actually, Vandy, Australia is right now is the country leading in solar battery technology.
No, they're living the high life over there.
The high life.
Well, they haven't figured it out. I'm just saying where the technology is advancing in its progress is in Australia at the moment.
Well, check this out. South Australia is the greenest state in Australia. They have the highest rate of renewable energy, whether that's solar, wind, geothermal, you name it, right? So they're producing all this relatively free power, but South Australia has the highest charges for electricity. Go figure.
Well, are you guys just now starting to do it, or has it been decades that they've been doing it?
No, but they've been doing it for ages.
Well, the problem one of the problems with what you just said is one of the problems is that it's not free energy.
No, it's not. No,
it does cost money, and it does wear on parts, etc.
Mm-hmm.
It costs a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, the infrastructure that they have to put in, all costs money. But then once you've got the infrastructure in place, now, where are you getting the energy from? You're getting it from the sun, you're getting it from the wind, you're getting it from underground. So the source of that energy is free. You don't have to worry about coal, hydro, or hydro's free. Or nuclear, not that we have any nuclear here in this country, which is a crying shame, really. We should have nuclear power plants, in my opinion, or thorium. Thorium would be better than nuclear. It's far cleaner, and you got less problems with it. But yeah, once you put the infrastructure in place, the source of that energy is free. It's free. So you had to once upon a time put the infrastructure in to produce it, whether that's coal stations or whatever. So that cost is relatively the same, I would think.
But when you say they're getting free energy, what you really mean is they're utilizing that free energy.
100%.
And once you, and I would say the biggest cost of it is putting in that infrastructure.
Yeah, but the infrastructure, Sean,
and they got to get that power, and they got to get that power to you.
Yes, but that infrastructure to get that power to you is already there. The lines are already in place. So they're just piggybacking off the infrastructure that was already in place. So all they have to do now is put that wind turbine in place, put those solar farms in place, put that geothermal in place. The actual transport of that energy to your home, it's already there.
But it had to be put there.
Yeah, it had to be put there, but it's already been put there and it's already been paid for. So why are we continuing to pay for it?
Well, who paid for it?
We did initially, didn't we?
No.
I would think the company did. I would say the company put the company. So whoever owns that land put out a contract. These companies came out and said, "Hey, we want to buy that land and we want to put a 1,000 wind turbines out there." Then they said, "Okay." Well, then they had to pay people to work and do all that. So when it came down to it, they actually the government or whoever actually paid these contractors to do the work.
No, I'm talking about the infrastructure, Sean. Oh, yeah, you're rotating a bit. I'm talking, Sean, about the infrastructure to get the power from that wind farm, right, to the customer, the cables that it runs through. That is already existing. That has already been paid for by us, the taxpayer, initially. They weren't private companies. They weren't private companies that went along and put in all the infrastructure to transport that power from point A to point B. The infrastructure is already there. Now, yes.
Yeah, but that power goes somewhere, right?
Sorry?
It doesn't go from wind turbine. It doesn't go from wind turbine to your house, right?
No, it goes to transformer stations and stuff like that, and then from there goes to your home.
Yeah, the way it
actually
happened.
That transformer station, they get paid. Okay, well, damn, we've already gone to just hijack a conversation more. Jesus Christ. Well, the people that do that didn't get it to the house, they got to run that. It costs money, that costs maintenance, that costs workers. That's all. There's still money that has to be put into these things to keep them going. I mean, it being there, that's before, but it's still got to get there. There's still a process.
Look, I agree, Sean. There is maintenance that has to be conducted on these things to keep them up to standard, up to grade, right? So they are workable, so they can keep the power going. I've got no issue with that whatsoever. But the but a majority of the infrastructure is already there. And yes, companies have to recoup some of their costs, or all their costs, because they do recoup all their costs at the end of the day. But once they've recouped all their costs,
and then that's a big different one, because if you're saying that they're raping us, then that's right.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course,
yeah. Yeah, the true cost is probably 1/3 of what we're paying, realistically.
Whatever it is,
Yeah,
whatever it is. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the basic infrastructure to get the power to our home, to our front door, is already there. It's already there, the basic infrastructure. So now we're just
filling their pocket.
Pretty much. They're answerable to their shareholders.
Yeah, I 100% agree. In that part of the argument, I absolutely agree. Yes. If I could, I don't know if it's true, but I could guess that we would pay 1/3 if we actually paid cost.
Yeah.
And if they really need to yeah.
And Travis, to answer your question, just quickly, Moyoc, and I'll let you jump in. I'm just going to address Travis. To answer your question, Travis, yes, during the day we do get all our solar power, because we don't get a power bill during the day. The only time we pay for power is at night, but we generate enough power that we actually go into credit, but we don't get a fair rate for what we produce. Anyway, Moyoc, go on, man. Sorry, I jumped all over the top of you.
All right. What about the investors? I mean, the people who put their money into having this infrastructure built, because the government doesn't build the infrastructure. They give you the right of way, but after that, you actually put up the towers, tow up the lines, maintain the lines, and that whole business was based upon investment and people expecting to get return on their investment.
Yes, initially, Moyoc, which it has changed now, but initially the investors were the taxpayer, because the taxpayer owned the power companies, owned the water companies, owned the gas companies. They were government entities initially. Now, about 25 years ago, the government sold their money-making assets and they privatized them all. So yes, now they are in the hand.
I don't know about your country, but in America, they were private.
Sorry, that
was.
Yeah, it's always been that way, where it's not the government. The government gives you the right to go ahead, like Moyak said, but it's always been private sector had the opportunity to get these contracts and build themselves, and they do it with investors.
Yeah, there's no government entity that owns these. Never has. Government owns the power lines.
It's a totally, it was a totally different system. Yeah.
Look, like I'm not sure where you're at, Moyak, but California, about 30-40 years ago, they were contracting a company to do all the power. Then a big hoopla happened, and it felt like it was a monopoly thing. And then they spread it out. They let a lot of companies start coming in, but it was always private sector. But now they just gave the opportunity, and the government let more control go to them than what they were doing. But it wasn't government owned. So
right, the monopoly, the monopoly shit. That was they put up the infrastructure, and the government said, "Well, you may have put up the infrastructure, but fuck you anyway. You gotta give a outright credit for your music."
Yeah, it was never like that here. All our major things, whether it was our railways, our tramways, our waterways, gas and fuel, electricity, you name it. These were all government entities run and owned by the taxpayer. And it's only in recent history, as I said, in the last 25 years, where these things have been sold off to the private sector. And now they are answerable to the shareholder. That's who they're answerable to now.
I wonder if that was because it was a up and coming at the time, where everything wasn't so established there. Because I know Australia, the way Australia is set up, you guys bunched everyone in one area, so that would probably have been a lot easier to control at one point. And then it probably got to the point where they wanted to start releasing a lot of that headache and a lot of that money that they were having to do.
Yeah, no, it wasn't for that reason at all. What it was for, like our major telco being Telstra, which was also too government owned. These were sold to relieve the debt of the governments at the time. That's why they did it. That's what they told us why they did it, to try and pay off the debt, which may have worked in the very, very short term, but in the long term, it hasn't done anything for the government debt, because we're more in debt now than what we were back then.
Yeah, because now you're having to pay back investors, not the government trying to pay back itself.
Exactly right. Yeah. Whereas if they had have kept these assets, they would have had a continual money cow. But having said that too, when they were in the hands of the government and unions in our country were very, very strong, very, very strong. The unions basically used to hold the country to ransom. They would go on strike at the drop of a hat, striking for better conditions and better pay rates and all that sort of stuff. Which workers are entitled to these things. But I remember back in the day. The train system, there would be at least, it seemed like, a train strike once a week at the drop of the hat, and it would turn the whole state into chaos, because these were government-owned entities that were held ransom by the unions at the time.
I see.
Yeah. So it's a slightly different system to what you guys have over there.
Now that I think about it, like British Telecom and stuff like that was all British owned, right? Government owned, yeah. And now I think about it, but in America it never was like that. Now in California, I don't know what the deal is there. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It was. Even then, it wasn't government owned. It was just regulated by the government a lot more, where it was in their interest, and it didn't give other companies the opportunity to do these jobs. And again, when infrastructure went down, whether it be flooding or mudslides, blah blah blah, it gave them opportunity to release a lot more work to a lot more people. It's kind of like in your city. I know more. It'll be like this for you, where in your city you have a city run. It's a government-owned state government, but they do all the maintenance mainly. Well, I know in the United States about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because me and my dad actually took advantage of this opportunity. They started releasing a lot of the city work to private sector, and that opened up more work for a lot of people too. It's kind of a way to get more jobs and everything too.
There's one I've been trying to figure out. There's a place called Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and the power company is somehow owned by the city. I'm not sure exactly what, but they have the highest rates anywhere. And I think it's some kind of a deal to keep property value. Like I said, it screws the population, and I don't understand how the hell it works. Yeah, you would think if it was government owned, that should take profits out of it, and it should be relatively cheap for the electricity, except it's the exact opposite. My son's electric bill was like.
Well, I could see that.
Good.
I could see that being a case for a lot of like pocket states, like rural areas where the state just has to do it. The state can build a facility and use that facility to feed into their infrastructure, but even then, that's still low chain government. and I'm assuming that facility is pretty small, and only gives power to a bundle maybe, and that bundle is having to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean maybe,
I don't
but
know.
I just couldn't believe the price because I mean, like my son was paying like almost 2 to 3 times the rate I'm paying 25 miles away.
Well, see that's the biggest thing to me, because I lived in California for 39 years. I've been out in Texas for a year, and everything is it's crazy. I remember paying, my average used to be in a 2-bedroom condo was about 170 to 300 in the middle of the summer when I'm blasting AC. Here it's fucking under $100, and it's like it's crazy, just how they price it. It's insane, and I live in the middle of nowhere too.
And I know California has a lot of things like taxes and sin taxes and stuff. You're using too much electricity, I'm going to rape you, so that you'll use less
Yeah,
electricity, like that. So I
too much
understand
water,
California doing that.
same
Elizabeth
thing.
City, I'm guessing they're getting some of that benefit, you know, because everybody's trying to find some way of using less electricity. My son
Mm.
actually was keeping his house at 58 degrees this winter. It's like, yeah, I can wear more clothes. I'm like, dude, my house is at
So
70.
do they have a lot of any solar out there? Or out there it's not, solar is only good for a few months, huh?
Yeah, I would guess you could possibly do solar, but he's in a rental, so I think that's um, part of the problem. They keep the taxes low and stuff by raping people on electricity. That way, businesses can own rentals and stuff. And yeah, I think that's the reason. It's probably some kind of a business tailoring that's making it advantageous for landlords.
Yeah.
They can give really low rents um, and still turn a profit.
Oh shit. Rents out here is cheap too. That's everything out here is so much cheaper. It's freaking insane. Granted, the wages are lower too, so it's different.
Yeah, Elizabeth City is not exactly
I
the
could
way to
definitely,
the world.
yeah.
It's sort of like the ass end of North Carolina. It's a really distant bedroom community to Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, that's like over an hour ride. And so I mean, that's why a lot of people move down there. You know, just so you get lots of property for a low price, but you commute your
Yeah.
life. And then there's like I think the other major employer down there is the Coast Guard. And we had a blimp factory. I'm not sure if that's still there though. And there's a big calling for blimps. In fact, when I moved down here, my parents, or before I moved down here, my father was trying to find me work ahead of time, and he's like, "Oh, I got this application to the blimp factory." I'm like, "Oh yeah, and I'm going to use all of my my knowledge of blimp making to help me get in there."
Like Goodyear blimps and shit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what manufacturer, what brand they were, but
How many blimps could we possibly be making, though?
I don't know. Like
There
I
would
said,
need
I'm
to
not
be a
sure if it's even
factory
still
for
a
this.
business. Let me go see if it's still active.
Yeah, like what? Like how many blimps are we? We're not like producing blimps like where there would need to be like a special building even for it. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
You gotta have somewhere to build it. Shit.
no, but I mean, like I wouldn't have like one dedicated building for this because we're not like it's not like we're pumping out
You need
blimps like that.
you have an extraordinary building there. You don't go and just build this in a storefront. This is a building
Or a
that's
field.
300, 400 feet tall
Dude, we
and
built the ISS in
1,000 feet
space, bro.
long.
We built the ISS in
No,
space.
we didn't. We connected the pieces in space. We built it on Earth.
Something is just connecting pieces.
No.
Yeah, it's just, we just did Legos in space.
You did Legos in space.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, you try and put a blimp together. I think you're gonna have some trouble if there's a little breeze.
Yeah, I'm
Your
pretty sure
extensive
they're.
knowledge of blimp making, Moyak?
What's that? Extensive knowledge on blimp making, yes.
He's a blimpologist.
Can joke to you guys, huh?
Hey, but on that whole solar stuff, you guys, Betty, we do pay for it at night, but the best part is soon we'll be paying more, so we can pay. So they can
Why
get
is
it
that the good part?
24/7. Because they're gonna have
Part is
space-based
soon we'll
solar
be paying
power,
more.
and the best part is because when they do that, there will be no denying space.
How are you linking this to space?
Because they're gonna
Paying
put
more good.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Did
They
you
are
for a
going to
head
be-
injury for a second? Did you hit
no.
your
So
car
they're
accident?
going.
I'm
I
just
am in my
teasing.
car,
I'm just
but no.
teasing. Sorry if that sounded
No.
aggressive.
No, you're good. You're good. No, they'll be having space-based solar power soon, where they'll be launching enormous solar panels to collect 24-hour sunlight and beam it to solar plants, basically, to, in my opinion, relieve the grid
Like
even more.
Like a string that hangs down from the solar panel, and it's just constantly like connected to a track that goes around the whole circumference, or
No, it's going to be a beam, and it will only power certain areas. It won't power the world.
in order to have 24-hour sunlight.
You have to put that in. You'd have to put it in. You'd have to put it far enough away from Earth to be able to do so.
So it's going to sit in a Lagrange point and just sit there and collect it, and then just beam it back down to Earth.
It's going to be in geocentric orbit and just beam it to a plant, and that plant will then take that beam, that solar, I forget what it is, microwave beam, and generate it and store it and release it to the grid. But it will only work for so much. It's not like gonna power California. It's gonna power 2/8 of California at best.
Dude, this doesn't even sound worth it.
It
You
will
have to
be.
go through all that, and then you're going to shoot a beam. That sounds dangerous.
All you gotta do is make that area a non
All you gotta do.
no airspace.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
I think it says that's no airspace.
And then that
what's
shit's
the
off
problem?
by a fraction of a degree and toast some little old lady's fucking condo.
No, it's not going to be. It won't. It's not going to be.
Never
it's not
happened.
that big. The beam is not that. Okay, look it up. Look it up.
The beam's not that what? Not that
It's not that
powerful?
wide. It's not that wide. And the area around the
little
place, the receiving plant will never be in a populated area.
You're far enough away. All you need to do is be off by a little tiny
So
angle, and that shit'll make
here's
you off
one
by
of
a
the things.
whole lot. Another
Have you ever seen a solar farm, Jeremy?
Yes. Which ones?
Like California?
No, the ones with solar panels, or the ones that shoot all the light to the one's tower.
No, a solar farm. So a farm of solar panels.
Yes.
Have you ever
I've
seen
it.
one?
Of course.
In California?
No.
Okay. Well, in California, these things are city size, these farms. They are not these run in the mill, put it in your backyard shit. That will be the place that receives these things. These things
Around here,
are
they're like around here, they're like 50, 100 acres. You know, they started coming in about maybe 10 years ago. And, they're kind of
10
small.
times bigger. Ours are 10 times bigger. We actually, if you look it up, we actually have, I think, the top 3 largest solar farms in the world. These things are insane. Look it up, Jeremy.
Bro,
These
all
things
you gotta
are,
do is solar panel a little corner of Utah, and that'll be enough to power the whole United States, bro. No,
it won't.
We're not just doing that.
Because it won't.
And you can't distribute it.
I mean, we could give up all of Utah for that.
No, you really can't. You can't distribute that much power nationwide. It would get
Honestly, if you did, let's pretend they did that, Jeremy, and Utah became all Utah was built solar panels landing from border to border. half of each state around it would have power. That's how much you'd be able to generate.
No, I know you don't put it all in one spot. Obviously, duh. You make
No,
like
but I'm saying if you put the size, no, that's the best case scenario. The whole state of Utah is a solar panel farm. The only benefit would be half the states that border Utah. It wouldn't be able to do very much. Solar power doesn't do. It's not as efficient. That's exactly why you're not going to have
listen.
one solar
Elon
farm.
Musk told us that if you just solar panel a little corner of Utah, it's enough to power the whole of America. Okay. You don't need to. You're not going to obviously put them in all in one spot, though. You're going to spread them out to where it's needed.
Well, no, it wouldn't look great. Like North Carolina would be shit because we're constantly hazy and cloudy.
Yep.
So I mean, that would be
It has to be in a place that gets it.
is.
So you use double the amount. Big whoop.
No, it doesn't help. Then you have double the amount of panels and stuff.
Yeah.
Double the amount of panels. That's all.
No.
Where do you put them?
So that means
all
that
of Utah.
on Tuesday when it rains, I can't have electricity.
In Utah, snows a lot, or half or what?
Bro,
3 months of the year.
Utah is just an example. You could have used anything.
No, it's important you pick the state. It's very important you pick the location because there's only like
it's gonna be all in one spot, bro. You can't put it all.
Arizona, New Mexico, California, Florida. Yeah, that's about it. That's the only real in the United States. Those are the only real places you're going to get the best out of it. The best. But once they figure out batteries and you're able to store a lot more of that power, then when places where it snows, like where Moyoc is they're going to be able to harness a lot more solar energy because they'll be able to store it. That's the problem. That's why solar's batteries are so important in technology right now. But Jeremy, I don't think you understand how little a panel does compared. Put this way, solar will never take over the industry. It's not enough.
Sure. Well, you ever heard of a Dyson sphere?
Yes. Please describe to me what a Dyson sphere is in reality. There's no possibility of a Dyson sphere.
Do you know what a Dyson sphere
You
is?
said solar will never take over.
Never.
Okay, I've got a Dyson sphere, Jeremy, and now I live on Earth Hill, and I've got to go. I got my Dyson sphere. I built it. It's a perfect one. It covers the sun. I'm collecting 100%.
So once we have our
energy
Dyson
off the
sphere
sun.
built,
No, stop. Now, what am I going to do with this energy?
you would agree that once we have the Dyson sphere built, it's literally taken over.
No. Tell me, I've got my
the
Dyson
sun
sphere
anymore.
now.
You don't think so?
What am I going to do with it?
Solar is taken up so much at this point that you can't even see the sun anymore because they've taken over so much.
Okay.
This is only to beat Sean's ridiculous point that solar will never take over.
The only difference is mine is possible. Yours is impossible.
A Dyson sphere, bro. It's
totally possible. You say that?
That's science. That's your science, bro. It's hypothetical.
No, well, the problem is, first of all, I was going to ask Moyoc, how long did it take you to build that Dyson sphere? Because I'm thinking thousands of years.
Well, I figured, what you'll start out with is a Dyson belt. You just put a belt around and you collect as much energy off of that. But you still got to transport it 93 million miles in a coherent manner.
Not to mention, you've now changed the whole gravitational field of the solar system.
Gravitational field. Oh my God. You actually went there? You actually went there?
We're talking about a Dyson sphere? Yes, I went there.
I've got a really good idea, Jeremy. Why don't you, if you get one of these solar farms, like in California or whatever, what you can do is you can buy a phone for each of the solar farms and attach it to the panels, and then they can get you $1 a day each.
You go. You just gave Jeremy a boner.
Yo, hold on. Who wants $1 a day? Who's trying to get $1 a day? Holla.
It's gold.
Look at Jeremy.
What are you smoking, Sean?
Marijuana.
It sounds like it.
Oh, can you hear me blowing out? I'm using my headphones. Bad.
What time in the morning is it over there? What the hell?
10:30.
Damn, you start early, my friend.
He lives
I've
in
been
an
up since.
airport hangar. You can do anything you want when you live like that.
I don't know why I don't even know why you talk shit about that. Yeah, I do. I live in a studio built into a fucking hangar, and I pay fucking $500 a month. It's fucking awesome. And I have the whole other hangar. I have the whole open hangar to work on my vehicles. My dogs can run around in there. I'm not seeing what the downside to this is, Jeremy. I got
Saying you could do
35.
anything you want. Yeah.
I got 3,500 square feet to do whatever I want for
Dude, I wasn't
$500
dissing
a
you. It's
month.
great. I know that's a good fucking deal, bro. You should just buy that. How much do they want for that?
Right now, they want 65,000 for it, and we're in the process of doing
Nothing.
so. I know.
65
We're
grand
in
in
the
a
process
crazy
of doing
week
it.
at Vegas.
I miss Vegas. I used to be able to drive there all the time. It's too far now. I live 4.5 hours
Point
from
is buy
Vegas.
that property, bro. What you do is you buy that property. You
And
open
then
up a
put some
self-storage unit. You open up a
no.
self-storage unit. One of the storage units you keep for yourself. Cell phones in.
No, well, that is a plan. And if that was a plan, I'd buy a fucking house, and then from that house, I would literally just buy land and then build a storage unit, and mainly for like RVs and U-Hauls and
You already got
motorhomes.
the building though.
Why would I do that? That's mine. I don't want other people at my shit.
At your front door.
That's like a dumb
You got to
idea.
start somewhere, bro. You got to start somewhere. There's a lot of money left after you buy the property, so units up in there, you'd be all right.
You sure about that?
Yeah, you use one of them to put phones in, and that'll get you some money ticking in straight away.
Jeremy, I like having a job. I like getting up every morning, leaving the house.
But you're smoking weed in an airport hangar right now. What do you mean? Like having a job?
Actually, bitch, I'm sitting at an intersection off an access road, smoking fucking a vape pen of weed. My life is great. Why the fuck would I change it up for $1 a day?
Hey, Jeremy,
Listen,
here's
you're
my
gonna have
Bloom
all kinds of
factory.
income ticking in. You're gonna have the self-storage unit income, right? That's like $100 a pop for each unit.
I have income. I'm not worried about income. Matter of fact, I have enough income coming in that I don't want that space in that hangar taken up because I'd rather fucking put project trucks in there.
You put it outside the hangar, then it doesn't matter, bro. All you got to do is get the
Stop
things
telling
in
me
there.
how to pay. I am happy. I don't need another dollar.
You're smoking weed at an intersection out of a vape pen.
Yeah,
How happy are you?
yeah. I'm extremely fucking happy. I'm getting paid to do this shit. Yeah, I'm extremely happy. I am so fucking happy.
I posted a picture of my blimp factory.
How old are you, Sean?
40 years old.
It's 1,000 feet wide.
I'll be right back.
No, don't. It's good.
Yeah,
Don't
we're
worry
gonna
about
get this self-storage unit thing sorted out in a minute. Hold on, I'll be right back.
No, don't worry about it, Jeremy. We're good.
No, we'll get down to the bottom of it. It's all right. I'll be back.
It's all good. I got it. Jesus Christ.
I want to go to the blimp factory and fly drones inside.
Why don't you just go outside and fly a drone?
It'd be cool to fly it inside. The thing's so big.
Do you have one of those 3-foot diameter ones?
Yeah.
Those are badass. I want to get one of
I
those.
actually I have like a 6-inch one.
Oh, you got.
Drone.
I want to get
Drone.
I
said drone.
Quick to clarify.
You really want to get that out there. Thank you, buddy. And if whoever asked me how old I was, I'm definitely in the semi-retirement part of my life. I am done doing everything I used to do. If I decide to go back to it, then I'll do it. But for now, I'm just enjoying life.
I think when you think about like things like the Dyson spheres and stuff, people talk about these. When we get to these, it's like, yeah, that would take the collective energies of humanity like a billion years to build.
Put it this way: all murder, all crime, all poverty, all world hunger, all nukes will be gone. Never, there won't be any wars for 1,000 years before a Dyson sphere is thought about.
Right.
It's thought about being built.
And then I've still
When
never
they do,
heard,
though,
like,
that's when solar takes over, and I'll be like, "Oh, Sean was wrong."
Why do you
I've
keep
never
saying
heard of it.
So
solar?
they don't forget.
If you're going to transport it to Earth, I mean, I've always tried to like understand what they're claiming here. Like, if you lived on the Dyson sphere, you could have tons of power. But if I'm going to transport that energy 93 million miles, it's going to be over some kind of a radio frequency limit.
Supposedly 93 million miles. We don't know about that yet.
How far away do you think
Could
it is,
just be right
Jeremy?
down away. It could just be
How
right down
far?
away.
How far do you think?
Right down away.
How far? Give me a rough number.
Bro, it could be like I don't even know. It could be 90.
Hey,
It could be 90. It could be 99 million miles away, or
That's
199,
true.
or
99,
it could just be
93. You
like
know what? The challenges would be
That's
no
true.
different.
Yeah, that's actually 90. Jeremy, that's like the most logical thing I've ever heard you say. Yes, you're correct. It could be 99 million miles away. Yes, that is true.
or it could be 999 miles away.
I doubt that.
You don't know though.
Now,
That'd be
then you'd have lots of angular size change.
if
Well,
that
unless
was
you
a
had some weird shit going on in the medium in between us and the sun. I've already detailed this over and
well, that's
over,
the
day
thing.
after
If
day.
it was that far away, Jeremy, and if it was 999 million miles away, then that sun would be a shit ton bigger and be a lot more dangerous and probably have a lot more UV effects to be doing what
Assuming
we
you're
see.
right about your other stats about the sun, dude. This is all you're all based on one big assumption of everywhere
No,
all the time.
okay, I would even give you assumptions 100 years ago, but the problem is it's 2022, and there's more than enough technology to show that we know where the fucking sun is.
It is based upon a lot of assumptions. You're right, Jeremy, but all those assumptions always come to the same fucking conclusion using all different methodologies. You know what? We assume that light travels at one speed, and it does seem to. But we
It doesn't. No.
we don't have, hold on, we don't have to use just light to determine the distance. We can also use angles. And when you use angles, then you're not using light. And for you to say that somehow refraction is making both the angles match what we see in geometry
Hold on,
and
we
match
got
what we
multiple
see in
points I
radio.
got to address now. Points I got to address now. Hold on. So we know that light doesn't travel at this constant speed in a vacuum. We already know that. We've seen that in their things.
Within
And
an
the
error
angle.
bar, yes.
No, and it's not an error bar. We've made light travel at a different speed in a vacuum.
Actually, I still think that's speculative, but that seemed like clickbait title when I saw it. I'm still not sure about that.
Well, I mean, if you look into the test, it's not clickbait. Also, got one
No,
where
what
they've done it.
the claims that she made, at least the one that I saw that she made, were that you could slow it down to 0 miles per hour or 0 feet per second, and they have no evidence that that can happen. That's all theoretical, and we know what you think of theory. So I mean, let's not worry about
Theoretical that they could slow it down to 0. However, they have slowed it down a little bit, not to 0, obviously, but a little bit.
that. Okay, so all we know is it can be slowed down a little bit. We can't say that it can be slowed
So when
down infinitely.
I don't know that light's doesn't travel at a constant speed in a vacuum.
Now combine that with, let's just go with the assumption that that we're not positive about it, but it's really fucking hell of a fast. Now we got hell of a fast, and then we've got angles, and then we've got what do you call
Okay,
it?
that's fine. So we'll deal with the angles right now. Let's do the angles. Let's just one at a time, bro. One at a time. We got time.
Oh, we got to do them all together because they're all together. They all work together symbiotically.
I know, but we've already dismissed the
No,
light
you
speed
haven't.
thing.
No, you haven't. You've said that there might be. We got hell of a fast, but we with some variability.
That light doesn't travel at a constant speed in a vacuum.
No, we got hell of a fast.
Fast. What are you saying?
Hell of a fast. It's going really fucking fast.
But not constant.
Don't give a shit. It's going really fast, so it's gonna take time. And we know that
it is. How do you know? Can you detect how fast a photon comes in?
Actually, you can. All you have to do is wait for a solar event and time how long it takes for the effects to get here. I'm sorry, that's going to tell me that's wrong. That's only for the material. That's only for the material coming to Earth. We can tell how fast that's traveling, which is somewhere between 2 weeks and 18 hours. So we got variance there, but still, material from a solar event which came in at light speed.
Well, the best part is we could actually test how fast light is on Earth. We don't even need to use the sun.
Right. But then we can also bounce a radio signal off it. But of course, Jeremy's argument is that we don't know how fast it's traveling in the medium.
Hella fast.
And it's moving a hell of a fast. I mean, more than 10,000 miles per hour. It's going to be far away.
In the concept of slowing light down, Jeremy, isn't that realistically when you add a median to it? The idea is that if there's no median, like so, if it's in space, it doesn't just slow down on its own. Like you understand that part, right? That's
No,
what that means.
He's talking about something different. They did a test where they phased the light together, and somehow are able to get a measurable reduction in the speed of light if they phased everything together just so that the peaks and flows are all symbiotically touching each other. They're able to get some reduction in speed. I don't know the exact mechanism, but it seems
That could be the reaction of the machine, couldn't it?
Well, yeah. But they did talk about it at least as being real, in the article. So I'm going to go with, it seemed like they were somewhat credible sources, although blowing it out of proportion. And then we have the simple fact that we have the angles that we see, and they support the information. And we've got multiple methods of measuring angles, not just one type of angle. It's different types of angles, and they all co-witness the same thing. So yeah, you could say that all of that could be magic, and we have some magic medium in there that does everything we need to make it where Jeremy wants the sun. And of course, I'm judging by the silence that I probably disconnected.
No, you're all good.
Oh, cool. Okay. And I used your co-witness. Trademark foolish decisions.
Thank you very much. But it's not really me, it's a shooting term, so. Just when I deal with Americans, it seems to be a good thing. If you can relate it back to guns, it seems to get some understanding.
I blew up a railroad tie this weekend with tannerite.
I hate you.
And brought a couple of 14-year-olds. We stood them a good distance away, laid a bag of it underneath the tent. And I hit it with the first shot. I was so impressed. I'm not a great shot. And they're just iron sights. Beautiful impact. It's detonated.
We gotta be recording these. You could get TikTok famous off some shit like this or something.
They were wearing Boy Scout uniforms, so I had to unlist the video. Not unlist, but yeah, unlist. Yeah, I had to keep it hidden. But we had a blast. Speaking of which, I got to clean that AK-74 because I'm probably using corrosive ammo. I think we've got enough evidence, Jeremy, that it may not be concrete, but it's a good, solid basis to determine or to decide that the Earth probably is spherical and big and far away from things. And I think that at this point, you would have to start ponying up and finding evidence of your unfounded claims. We're at a point where I think that if we want Flat Earth to take over, they're going to have to start like getting some funding and going up and sampling pieces of the dome and shit. Man, you guys are boring. I'm gonna go back over to Gems and listen to them scream at each other.
Oh, Moyak, if you do that, say hi from me to everybody. That should start an argument if nothing else does.
Yeah, I was gonna bring you up the other day because Gem was through Captain Bullshit was Gem's lack of reaction to Captain Bullshit's bullshit made me consider whether I wanted to leave or not. Like, given the mods, absolute reign and to unfairly mod without challenge is kind of annoying.
What are they doing over there? What are you talking about, Gems?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Oh no! I was just getting really pissed off at Gem because he was supporting Captain Bullshit's mod of me when I really had done nothing. I think it was I had said something like, "Well, this is what Chemo wants you to do," and Chemo muted me and wouldn't undo it. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Well, they can mute you for any reason.
You used the K word.
Yeah,
that was the wrong thing to do.
Like, wrong is wrong. You got to fucking correct wrong. I understand giving wide latitude to the mods because you don't want to have to deal with every challenge. But they should have some guidelines they work under.
One of the things I like here, there are clear, concise rules and they're actually enforced properly. Most of the time. I'm sure there's an exception someone can bring up, but in general, I think it's a pretty fair server.
They try. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to be completely impartial. Like I often can't hear when somebody interrupts when they're interrupting something that's really stupid. And so I notice it, like I'll be like, oh God, let's take Zanuck for an answer. It's like, oh, Zanuck wasn't interrupting. The other guy was interrupting him. It's like, well, not really. Jin was just on a 10-minute bender when Zanuck stepped on him.
I'm gonna go and make myself some dinner. It's about that time.
Why at lunchtime?
You got to remember, I'm a few degrees round the globe from you.
Around. You mean across, right?
Whatever floats your boat.
Water.
There you go.
Water's heavier than my boat.
Yeah, JJ, we're running him off. Go away, Mark.
Later.
How do you spell efficiently? EFF. I see. No, it's F fish. It's EC. No, that's not it either. Son of a bitch. EFF. IC. Okay, I knew it was. I thought it was IC. I'm gonna just copy and paste that one.
I'm back.
Thank goodness.
Hello. Thank God. Mhm. Mhm. Hello.